You dig? You dig? Dig. Fuck, man. Dig. Yeah, this is much needed topic. Peace, peace, Black Lion. Let me put up in there. Yeah, I figure I would do it different, because although debating is fun, but much needed topic. Hold on, I got some feedback. Peace, Black. Yeah, so although debating is fun, unfortunately, it does not solve one thing that's really affecting us in our community. Hotep. My damn elbow, man. That thing on fire. Wait, I put the wrong thing in there. That's not what I wanted. How do you... Every time I come on, I forget how to do this. Let's see. How do you do that? All right, let me figure this out. Let me figure this one out. Okay, so it's not there. Oh, that's how you do that. All right, how to make this thing big again? Switch to... Just trying to figure out. I always forget how to share this link. Really? Yeah, definitely Black Line. Yep. I had looked up the definition of social ills before I used that, and it's exactly what you said. It's a lot of it falls in the umbrella of a lot of things. It could be, abortions. It could be child support. Like, it's a very vague and broad term. Well, I wouldn't say vague. I say ambiguous. All right. I could have sworn this was it right here. Nope. This guy Sarnetta wants to go live. I thought the coast was clear, man. I was like, all right, nobody live. I could sneak in a little live stream. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to make this go big. Yeah, so hold up. So let me go back to social ills. So it says unemployment, it says poverty, it says rapid population growth. Matter of fact, let me share it. All right, so I'm gonna share it, what I'm reading. So here it is right here. These are some social ills that are, hey, yo, look at this list, yo. This is crazy. Yeah, it says, wait to pull up so y'all can see it. Yeah, check that out. That thing says, yo, look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at this six one. Look at that. Countdown 6. That thing says superstitious beliefs. God, that's a social ill. So, hey, man, when people say banging on religion and we say that's not a factor, apparently it is. That's probably, look, it says the main causes of social problems are, and it has superstitious beliefs right there. That's crazy. I was trying to get away from that, and it's like, there's no way around this, I guess. Damn. Lack of education is definitely a problem. Yeah, Black Line, that's crazy, bro. Like, again, there's many different directions you can go with this. I want to know how we can get this burning desire back that we once had. You know, according to what I was reading, when we were, you know, emancipated allegedly from bondage. You did, like, we had this overwhelming desire to want to just read it all and become everything. You know, become geniuses and experts and doctors and inventors, all this type of stuff, man. We had this burning desire, and man, look at us now, man. Like we feel like we have all the time in the world to do it. But when you look at the different nations, and I'm not saying this just saying it because that sounds cool. No, I literally work with these people. You dig? I work with the children of these people. Man, I asked one of my students. I could say Ashna. What do you want to be? Now she like 8 years old. Doctor. I asked one dude, Krishna, like, what do you want to be? Little 9-year-old. My man said bank investor. I was like, damn, bank investor. Like, you're not going to hear police officer, although we need that. You're not going to hear firemen, although we need that. You know, we need those as well. You can't function without it. But it was just like, it's crazy. And like, they were so confident. It's like, it's no doubt I'm going to be a doctor. Like, no doubt. Like, that's how they pretty much answer that question. And that's why I say, dog, yeah, bro, that's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's right here. Superstitious beliefs. That's crazy. So yeah, so of course, unemployment and poverty goes hand in hand with lack of education. So if you guys checked in the discussion with last Saturday with Unc and let me tell Unc, Unc don't even know I'm live. Let me tell Unc I'm live. Let me try to get Unc in here. Yeah, if you ain't doing anything, I'm actually live. We talking about the social ills in the community and how to address them. Like unemployment, poverty, rapid population growth, urbanization, lack of education, gender discrimination, caste discrimination, like shit like that, drugs, all that abortion, all that type of stuff, man. Child support, lack of child support. You dig? Like, that big, I guess you say deadbeat dads have the challenges bounce without not a care in the world. Yeah, if you free, no big deal. I'm over here tackling it right now. All right, you dig? All right. Yeah. How did I do that again? I did it last time. I don't know how to do it. No, but what option do I go to? Like, where do I go? Yeah, to find that. No, right. Look. Oh, not. I'm already live, but there's a way to do it from here. I've done it. Wait, I think. All right, I'll figure it out, and I'll send it. All right. Yeah, I'm about to pull up. I'm just trying to find this damn link. All right, this might be right here. I got it. God damn. I gotta remember this. Matter of fact, I don't know why I didn't go to my last show to see what I did to send that thing up in here. But like no one answered, no one. If we address a point, no one point really pinpoints our issue. So, because I guarantee you, we all gonna have different directions, or we're gonna point to different things that we believe is affecting our community. What the? All right. There we go. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so I'm gonna share my screen back on the social ills again, because I was making a point before I call Unc. Oh, let me hit Unc up so he can pull up. Yo, I'm gonna show you this right here, yo. I'm telling you right now, if anybody care about their health, right? If you ain't trying to put on any extra pounds, do not eat these. I'm gonna share it with you. 1 second. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put this in the chat for Dr. Mayat, Brother Reggie, and we'll drive on them. Maybe they could pull up all as well. So we might have a nice little get together. All right, let me find that group. All right. So it's funny because when you use the Zoom thing, it doesn't say who's live. You dig? It doesn't say whose Zoom it is. So Dr. Maya probably think this is Unc's live. Wujah would think this is Unc live. So they're gonna pull up and they can't just leave. You dig? Like, oh, this unbiased. I'm out. Nah, too late. You here? So I just want to send it to Unc directly. All right, I got it. And then I'm going to, all right, so now let me share my screen again. Yeah, so I'm gonna pull up in a little bit. So we back over here. Some of the main causes of social problems are unemployment and poverty go hand in hand with lack of education. Like this is no debate. Unemployment and poverty go hand in hand with lack of education. And the proof is, I pointed out something when Double X, peace, Jolanda, The link inside the chat. Anybody want to pull up? But the proof that unemployment and poverty go hand in hand with lack of education. When Unc and Double X was arguing about Greenberg, and when did they found some type of college or whatever, it was during the Great Depression. So I'm very good with dates. So when I was a Hebrew Israelite, you already know I was good with the Bible, like matching up, chapters, and I'm just naturally good with numbers like that. So I'm good with like doing timelines, chronology. I'm good with like dates. So when I read that they put something up in 1938, they trying to put another branch in, anthropology in a college. I'm like, wait, isn't the Great Depression going on? Aren't people in soup kitchens and stuff? And it turned out that, again, lack of education. Like, unemployment and poverty only affect, in this country, the people who are most uneducated. If you go back and look at the recession we had, please look at the numbers. The people who was affected, it was people that did not have a bachelor's and up. They were the main, so everybody from a bachelor's up were least affected. Everybody from associates and down, trade schools, was the most affected. To high school dropout, to GED or high school diploma, trade school, they were the most affected. So there's a common theme with lack of education, unemployment, and poverty. And the problem is, look at urbanization. What is that? What is urbanization? If I make something up. Okay, so new share. The process of making an area more urban. All right, so it's like a little ambiguous. But anyway, when we look at how we want to make it out the urban area or the hood or the ghetto, we don't see education as a tool to succeed and get about this little rat race that we in, the ghettos, the urban area. We don't see education at all. Like, we instead look at other things, the lottery. We look at football, sports, of course, and now social media. Everybody want to be a social media personality. Nothing wrong with that. But these are unrealistic avenues to be successful. Like, only very, very few can make this work. I'm saying social media, football, basketball. That's it. If you're dealing with a population of blacks like 50,000 in a city or town, and what's the percentage of that 50,000 that will actually become a professional football player, a professional tennis player? I mean, getting paid 6 figures and beyond. Rapper, singer, dancer, all that type of stuff we want to be. All this sports analysis, all these fancy, beautiful things that we will all love to do. Like, what's the percentage you think of that 50,000 that will actually achieve that goal? I don't know the actual number, but I'm telling you, man, I'm confident saying like some 3% or even below. So that means that if the rest of the if that's true, and the rest of the population go ahead and try to pursue those dreams, we are going to be failures, and we're going to be back dealing with this. We're going to be back dealing with unemployment, poverty, rapid population growth, urbanization, lack of education. And this is my favorite one, Jelani, right here. I'll try to get away from this. I said, all right, listen, let's get away from talking about this. Everybody channel does this. NBK, NBK not as much, but definitely there. Everybody, Sonetta, Dagger Squad, but we all dealing with this, and there's a reason, and it's part of our social ills, or these social ills that's affecting us. So unfortunately there's no way around that discussion, but we're gonna find a way around it today. we might touch on that thing slightly, but I'm really trying to move away from that. So let me try to send the Zoom link to some, you dig, some family who would love to add on to the discussion. When I Google social ills, I didn't know what to expect, and you know, it's crazy, man. It won't that religion, man. It's that I'm convinced that religion is there. It's part of the social ills. That's crazy. So I'm gonna send his link out. I'm gonna see if I can entice somebody away from Sinetta TV, because I know he's dealing with Zion Lex. And that's another thing. Like, it's another thing. Like, I appreciate these channels that deal with, you know, it's entertaining and it's also informational. But when I was traveling today, I was like, damn, bro, like nobody wants to speak about the elephant in the room. Like, we talk about the things that don't really matter. You know, like really, debating religion and spirituality does not affect us in any way, shape, or form. All right, so I got somebody trolling in one of these groups. So let me send him a link. Oh, you're not live? All right, good. All right, so let me send this link a couple of people. You know, I know, you know, that you could turn your camera, you see my camera off. I'm gonna cut it on in a minute though. But you know, anybody can pull up. You ain't gotta cut that camera on. I look crazy right now anyway. I ain't get a shape up. My barber comes from out of state. So it snowed Saturday. So I got there in the morning, people, it was already packed. I work, the only morning I work is Saturday. So when I got there, it was doobies. Like, there's no way I could get a shape up and get to work in time. So I figured I'd catch him after work. But he already said, man, if that snow get crazy, he got a long way home. That probably ain't gonna happen. So the snow wasn't that bad at all, zero. But, you know, he got a family, children, so he really ain't take a chance. Once that thing came down, he was gone. And like, you really don't want to get a shape up by somebody and then go somewhere. This is dealing with, you know, men. Like, we know this. It's really hard to get a shape up and then go somewhere else get a shape up, because they could do a whole different job. They could do your line a little different and then it's over. Then your barber gotta follow his line, whatever. Let me tell Unc I sent the thing. All right. Oh, oh, nah, that's old. This in your Facebook Messenger. Really? All right. So what I want to say is this. You know how, like, Garfield thing is the Hebrew Israelites, Unc thing is evolution, and everybody got their own little lane. Like, my lane is not vaccinations. It just was put on the plate, and I just, you know, took that and ran with it. I'm really somebody who, before I came into this community, was up. I was into, like, matter of fact, I'm gonna show you, but I can tell you. All right. Peace, Lakeisha. Where you at? Peace, Lakeisha. Hold on. Oh boy, this laptop over here. Don't worry. This thing. I got all these tabs, so the damn thing don't want to move. All right, whatever. So, Lakeisha, if you can Lakeisha, if you can hear me, just press 1. I'm just waiting for that. If you can hear me, just press 1, Lakeisha. What the hell? Peace, too smooth. So let me just share my screen again so you can see what we're dealing with today. This is not your average pull up live stream. We're gonna do a little different. We're gonna actually talk about things that's the most important. Here we go. And Lakeisha, I tricked you. I want you to see that wrench. That's all. Yeah. So we are dealing with the social ills that affect our community first and foremost. You know, and some of the main causes, as you can see, is unemployment, poverty, and lack of education. I already explained how those three go hand in hand. You know, through the recession, the Great Depression, all these different situations where the stock market collapsed, the educated was well off. Of course, the rich, but the educated was well off as well. The people who suffered the most was going from bottom up was the least educated. Okay, then of course, this ain't going anywhere. These two, gender discrimination, caste discrimination, urbanization, okay, like that's like hood problems, I guess. Gang, don't want to pay child support, baby mama drama, and all that type of stuff, drugs, all that stuff right here. Rapid population growth. Yeah, I guess that's people, obviously, that's people pushing out babies at an alarming rate with no money. But I was trying my hardest to get away from this right here. Hey, yo, so let me post that Zoom thing just in case somebody want to hop on. You dig? So I was trying my hardest to dodge what I just highlighted. Superstitious beliefs. But ain't that crazy? This is part of social ills that plague a society, a community. It's in there. So like, it's no way around discussing religion. There's no way around it. But like I said, we're gonna go around it today because we talk about this enough. So now it's time to tackle issues that really plague us. And lack of education is one of them. You know, we really have to take that serious. Like, everybody's coming over here. Of course, their countries are not as great as America. The education is not as great. So, you know, for them, it's all about education. They come over here, they suck it up. So every program that's designed for us, now you know that there's no program designed for us because we fall in a minority category. So that applies to, from my studies, a minority is literally anybody but a white, single, straight man. If anybody know more than that or less, let me know. But for my studies, a minority is literally anybody except for a straight white male. So when they set up programs for minorities, you dig, we don't see the value in it because we're sold on like these get rich schemes, either through football, entertainment, whatever. We don't see education as a tool to succeed and come up out of our a situation, and definitely not a tool to unite and build with each other. We don't see that as that. We look at everything else like all the fly and fancy stuff. But as a result, the minorities who are classified with us in that group, they are taking advantage of the programs that we should be taking advantage of. So we should have made it hard for them to get into these programs, whatever they are. We're not taking advantage of it. Then we get mad at them when they in the programs. You know, like that's that if I can't have it, you can't have either, but we can have it, but we don't want it. But when the other minorities take advantage of it and they start succeeding, we look at them with straight hatred and jealousy. So I wanted to show you this right here. I wanted to show this right here. So I was saying earlier that my thing is not vaccinations. I came into that via UNC. You dig? My lane is, I got so many books. Okay, here we go. This is my lane right here. All right. So this is what I was doing before I joined the community. Before, like after I left my Hebrew faith, this is what I started getting into. Stuff like this. And I watch all these books for. Look at that. Your hair, right? Stuff like this. Like I was a huge fan of Black Wall Street. I got so many books on Black Wall Street. What else over here? I got so many books. Yep, the books are falling. So I was a huge fan of Dr. Claude Anderson. Like I really have all of his books. Like this was the newest one, I believe. I really have. Oh, this is Chancellor Williams. So I was into stuff. So all my books are gonna be this stuff like this, like that Black history. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna grab a few more. Let's see. I got, as you can see, I got mad books on Dr. King. The thick books. So you were here, just started mentioning this guy right here. I've been mentioning him. Matter of fact, you could check one of my one of MBK live streams. I wanted MBK to touch on the Black Titan. The big A.G. Gaston, richest black man. Let's see, what else I got over here? I got a bunch of Malcolm X books. You dig? I got more than this, but so this was what I was into heavy before I came into the conscious community, and the conscious community had pushed me toward the topics of the debates, which is like religion and now like Big Bang and vaccination. What else I got over here? The big Denmark, the feces. Like I was heavy. I was heavy in Black history. I wasn't really heavy in like out of America, like the continent, the motherland. But I was heavy on Black history in America because my philosophy was like, how can we start in Africa when we're here today? Like we got to start what's in front of us and go backwards. We can't go backwards to now. Like that's still my logic. Like we got to understand what are we doing right now. So I got Black resistance, white law. I'm looking for my favorite book. I know many of you read or came across or at least heard about it. I'm looking for my favorite book. Let me see if I can find this book. Let me see if I can find this book.
I'm biased.
Yes, sir.
My bad, bro. I'm sitting here on the phone with my homie. I'm sitting here having a little business meeting. What's good, though?
What's up, man? What's going on?
Man, I can't call it. I'm sure you slaying up as usual.
Yeah. So what I did was I wanted to talk about what the elephant in the room. You know, like if it makes you, it's very entertaining to talk about debates, and you know, this one, that person versus this one, and you know that type of stuff. But the elephant in the room is really like our social ills, you know, or the social ills that's plaguing our communities that we're not addressing at all. Like nobody's talking about the social ills that plague us. And actually, let me correct myself. I found out just now that religion is a social ill. So we're dealing with one out of the many that's out there. But we're focusing too much on that. No different than people who focus on Kemet only and not Africa, and people who focus on the Hebrews, like, you know, the Moorish doctrine, where we focus on one thing and that's it. The Muslims, the Christians, whatever you want.
I've been off all that. The crazy thing is, my introduction to the community was through dudes who were super pseudo, and when they got out of the super pseudo kind of thing, they went right into Kemet, and I never was on it. I never looked at it as super special. I was just like, that's just a part of Africa and our history. It's not. We shouldn't be like hanging our coattails on that, so to say. Even though they did great things, it ain't to diminish none of that. But we shouldn't live and die on that alone. So I agree 100%. It's just funny to me because I've been saying this. Like I said this years ago, and I've been kind of not so fascinated and fixated on just Kemet alone. So I'm right there with you. I agree 100%. And it's just one of the many different mind fucks that we get stuck on.
Yeah, you know what's funny, that I was on my way towards that Kemet stuff. But when I asked Brother Reggie, what should I read? When he posted all these damn books, I was like, oh, nah, that ain't for me. Like, Brother Reggie.
No, I agree. I'm not that.
Read all that.
What'd you say?
I was saying like, damn, Brother Reggie, all that. I'm thinking like 2, 3, 4 books. I may have like 25 books.
Oh yeah, I believe it. This Reggie we talking about. Reggie been around for years, like many decades, I should say. Really, like he been doing it for a minute. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, I couldn't do it. No, I couldn't do. I'm not that into Kemet. I just want to know like a general understanding of what they had going on in more depth than what you get in like just school, which is like a page in a day of a semester or something like that. So yeah, I definitely think we should know and be fully aware of what actually transpired, rather than just thinking aliens was involved and the whole thing. Yeah. So,
but in my humble opinion, I felt like for example, I always say this: how can we tackle racism when we got to first get past ourselves? Like, you know, that's, you know, and I'm in a majority Black community, you know, little Spanish. You can't, like, nobody's going to their door, like, you know, hunky dory. Like you're going to your door, you know, a little timid, you know, watching over your shoulder, you know. You can't have certain, you know, values on you, valuable things on you, material things on you, because, you know, the fact is we're in an area where we are in heavy crime. You know,
what area are you in, so to say?
I'm in New Jersey.
Okay. Oh yeah. That's right. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm in New Jersey. I'm not far from Newark. I'm about like 20 minutes from Newark. But when people say Newark has surrounding cities that just as horrible as Newark. Like, I think people would say Irvington is probably worse than Newark. Like all together, like development, poverty, crackheads, and even police officers. Like people, bro. People, they'll tell you, like, listen, man, if you doing anything criminal, don't go to Irvington. Like they'll tell you that ASAP, bro.
Yeah. No, I believe it. I'm not that familiar with the area. I'm not from an area where it's that crazy, but I'm aware, you know, of the areas that you have to be, you know, look over your shoulder. Everything ain't just, you can't just be unaware of where you at. You got to be aware of your surroundings and who's around you and what type of things are going on around you. So I agree 100%. I think Chevron just hopped on. What's good, Chev?
What's up with y'all?
You know,
I can't call it building. Hold on. I'm. Let me finish building with my man. I'm gonna hop back on.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, Chef. We're talking about having to cope with getting used to looking over your shoulder. You know, like I'm pretty sure when you have some cash in your pocket, depending upon you in Baltimore. I heard stories about that. When you got money in your pocket and you're in any predominantly black area, it's like kind of hoodish. Like nobody's walking to their car or their door like, happy. Like you really looking on your shoulder. But look, we got used to that because other nations, if they have money in their pocket, live in our conditions, they'll be, like we got used to living like this, where it's like, all right, any day somebody could just pull out a gun and get me for what I got. But we like, oh, well, it is what it is. And we just continue on with life.
We normalized it.
Right.
That's a good point. We talk about that all the time in the barbershop, like how we allow dysfunction to be our norm.
Yeah.
Like other communities would deal with those issues the correct way.
Right.
We won't call the police, you feel me, on people that do the wrong shit in our community.
Right.
You feel me? Like we allow it and then we get mad, you know what I mean? Even when, for instance, and I'm guilty of it too. We all are probably, right? And especially me because of the profession I work at, right? Like we know, well, I do. I know a lot of the negative stuff that happened in the community. It's brought to me first. Like all shit that go on in my hood get brought to me first because I'm the barber. You dig what I'm saying?
Right. Yep.
So it's like we know the killers. You dig what I'm saying?
Yep. The
like,
drug dealers.
Ain't nothing. Like if somebody is a killer, they should be locked up.
Right. It's crazy.
You know what I mean? Like we'll say stuff like, you know what I mean? It's wrong to snitch, but it's more wrong to kill somebody.
Yeah, right.
like I don't understand it. Like so, it's like we just so ass backwards, yo.
Yeah,
like,
ain't that that's a crazy point. We would demonize the person who told on the murderer, but we would normalize the murderer. We'll be cool with him, casual, cordial. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I never seen it like that. That's crazy.
Like, and we look at this, think about it. If white people knew that somebody in their neighborhood killed somebody in their neighborhood, they want that dude out of their neighborhood. They want justice for the dude who was killed.
Right.
No matter how much they love the dude.
Right. Now,
that actually did it. You feel me?
Yep.
He could be, look, that nigga could, the killer could have been a pastor that fed children, you know what I mean, every
clothes them, donate to the Christmas, right.
Right. He could be an actual asset to their community,
and
they would still seek justice. You feel me?
Yeah.
Whereas we, the killers in our neighborhoods are completely negative. They don't bring no good to our neighborhood. And we still won't tell on them. You feel me?
Yeah.
Whereas in the white community, right, or in other communities, the killer could be an asset to their community.
Right.
You feel me?
Yeah.
And they still want justice. You feel me? Like, we are so behind mentally, Like, we really don't care about Black people the way we
hell no.
we do.
Hell no.
Because if you actually cared about Black people, we wouldn't allow them to get killed. And, you know what I mean? We wouldn't allow murderers of Black people, you know what I mean, to go free. You feel me? We wouldn't even befriend these type of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, definitely.
I got friends that's killers. That's crazy to me.
Right.
Now that I'm the age I'm at right now. You feel me?
Yep. Khalil Sadiq made a great point.
You shouldn't have no killers for friends. You feel me? Like, that's nuts. So, I mean, we, like, and I'm talking about myself. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like I suffer from the same shit that every other Black person suffer from. but I know it's wrong. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, Khalil Sadiq said, not if he's a Catholic priest. Yeah, that might be the only one that they actually protect like that.
Yeah.
Than Catholic priests. They just relocate them. Like that's just how they just look past that one. That's
yeah,
crazy.
we wild, Joe. Like we so backwards, right? It's like the criminal justice system was biased towards us.
Oh yeah, thanks for
You
reminding
know
me.
what I mean?
Yep.
So since the criminal justice system was biased, now we completely against the criminal justice system,
Yep.
even when our people are victimizing us. So we allow our own communities to be victimized, right? Just so we can be against the criminal justice system. You see what I'm saying? Like we on the losing end of the stick on both ends. It's crazy, yo. Like,
yeah, yeah, like we can't win either way, either direction.
but I feel like the criminal justice system is the lesser of the two evils. Like some people we gonna have to give up to the criminal justice system.
Hey, look.
We can't protect them all. You feel? Now, protecting the innocent from the criminal justice system, I'm all for it.
Oh yeah,
but
like,
I'm saying
like political
the criminals, the ones that criminalize, the ones that victimize our community, we should allow the criminal justice system to do what the fuck they supposed to do to them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't support criminal behavior at all.
Right.
Like zero. Like if somebody got locked up for robbing something or selling drugs, you're supposed to be there. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not, free so-and-so. Nah, bro, you were selling crack to your own people. And the person who robbed was most likely somebody black.
Right.
So a lot of our crime be black on black crime.
Is that in my community is 100% black on black.
Yeah, so,
I don't know about other communities.
Now look, have y'all seen this book right here?
Worse than slavery.
This is dealing with parchment farming. You see it right there.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of this book? Or
no?
Oh,
I'm about to download it now. No.
Yeah, you read this book. I read this thing front to back, bro. Front to back. You see highlights way back over. I read this thing front to back. This book, bro, I'm telling you, Chef. First of all, it talks about the white folks back. I think Ujabo Asar brought it up, but this book talks about when the newspapers was circulating amongst white folks. I think in the early 1900s or probably older than that, they were killing each other. Like the whole Wild Wild West, 40 pages with 80 pages. That came from white folks. That came from the newspaper writers. They was killing each other for what was written in the paper. Crazy, but it just talked about the first when they first used the electric chair. It was like a little boy. Yeah, this book is graphic, man. They was doing black boys dirty, man, dirty. Lock them up, lock up a 12-year-old, 11-year-old, have them working hard labor with grown men. Bro, an 11-year-old boy is doing a hard time for stealing an apple. Doing a hard time. But this talk about what's that called? You could get locked up for not having a job. It starts with a V.
Vagrancy.
This deal with vagrancy, bro. Also, what they would do is to lock you for vagrancy. First of all, bro, they just got free. Who got a job? Matter of fact, this is right after the Civil War. Nobody working like that.
Mm-hmm.
But they lock up black folks, and then they you don't have money for the court. So that's when they lease you. This is convict leasing. So that's when they lease you. So let's say Johnson will buy you and pay your court fees off. So now they leased you to Johnson. So this is doing convict leasing. And then Johnson, so you was a permanent slave at that point. They owned you. So much stuff was built from our labor. Man, it talks about the steel, all type of stuff. People are millionaires. They got a Donald Trump character in here who's a governor. This book right here.
Oh, the one from Alabama.
I think so.
Yeah, the one who he did the steel. I think he had a steel mill in a coal mine.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
and he actually was the governor,
Mm-hmm.
and then he did the thing with you know, putting black people, passing a law to get black people back into the penal system,
Yep.
so he could get the free labor out of them.
Yep.
Crazy.
Bro,
Yeah,
crazy.
he built what's the city? Oh,
what
man.
up, Mr. Bullet?
Birmingham.
Mm.
Yeah, he helped industrialize Birmingham.
Wow. That's crazy, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
I read about him.
Yeah, that book, man, it's very graphic, man. It's great, but very graphic. Now, what's interesting in that book, you're going to read about the self-hatred amongst you. Of course, we know that, but we don't know to what degree. In that book, you talk about how we were like husband and wives killing, like just married, and then the wife blow the husband head off. Like, yeah, it's some real trauma, you know. Trauma issues in our brain during that time, man. Black on black crime was heavy way back then, man. 1900s, black on black crime was 1890 was crazy. Getting locked up. So a lot of people was getting locked up for killing their own relative or you know, husband or wife. Now the issue, here's the thing.
This the book, y'all. I just downloaded it, yo.
Yep. Yeah, that thing go hard. So
if anybody needs the link to the book, let me know. Put your email in the joint and I'll shoot it to you. I'll shoot you the PDF.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm looking for another book, Chef. So this is one of my favorite all-time books. This right here. This one. I got two more I'm gonna tell you about. That's one of my favorite, and I got one more. I got like a trilogy.
Okay.
I got one more I want to show you. Another book with pseudo, I heard. So I gotta take that from my rotation. Oh, here we go. Yo. All right. So this right here. This goes hard. This goes hard. Slavery by Another Name, man. This goes hard. Of course, my man, Dr. Claude. Black Labor, White Wealth.
Oh, yeah. That go hard.
But my favorite book, I'm going to show you. If I can find that thing, somebody must have forgotten. My favorite book all time, I'm going to show you.
Slavery by Another Name. Hey, that's the book I read. That's the one I'm talking about. It got the information about that governor.
Yeah. I had
Alabama.
I had confused the books. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, so that book definitely fire. Let me download it. I can give y'all the link to it.
Yeah, man. I wish you knew. I wish I knew about that download stuff then. I'm buying all that. What about this right here?
100 Years of Lynching. No, I ain't read that yet.
Man, crazy, bro. Crazy. Where's my favorite book? All right, so I'm just gonna tell you. I can't find it. Y'all heard of the new Jim Crow?
Yeah.
All right, so before you read that, because she got a foreword about this.
Okay.
So she because you gotta know the old Jim Crow. This is the old Jim Crow. So you gotta learn the old Jim Crow before the new Jim Crow. So this book is imperative to read before the new Jim Crow, because you'll be a little lost. But Michelle Alexander, that book, man, it explains the crack, cocaine, racial disparity. Hey, did you know Obama fixed that?
He fixed what?
Well, he ain't fixed it, but he adjusted the crack cocaine ratio.
Well, how people get
yeah. So basically
the guidelines.
Yeah. So basically, you needed, it's called 100-to-1 ratio. So basically, you needed let me get it right. You needed 100 to do time, to serve a maximum minimum of 5 years prison, you need to be caught with, let's say, 100 grams of coke. Now I'm exaggerating, to the one person, 1 gram of crack. So 1 gram of crack will get you the same time as 100 grams of coke. Bro, crazy. So So they made the difference so wide apart, because if 5 grams of crack get you 5 years, right? What's the likeliness if you're a hustler, you sell crack? How easy is it to put 5 grams in your pocket?
Right.
Now, what's the ratio? It's 100 to 1. So now, to get 5-year mandatory minimum sentence of cocaine, I would need 500 grams. Now, what's the likeliness of me having a book bag?
Man, with 500 grams of cocaine. Exactly. Right.
So that's what she was dealing with. Like, come on, like, you crazy. So Obama had reduced it to 18 to 1, which is crazy because you might know a lot of people who came home from drug charges. That was Obama, because he minimized the sentence and the grams of crack, that was due a certain maximum minimum sentence. So people was under that. So people was coming home for time served. You dig? So when they say Obama's letting out the criminal, that's a lie. He had just adjusted the 18 to 1 ratio. People was coming home for time served. But check this out. The 18 to 1, do you know it gave the people who sell coke like 5 more grams? It's crazy. It gave them 5 more grams of like cushion. So it kind of freed us, but it gave them more coke to sell before they get locked up. So a lot of them under that, from my understanding, under that mandatory minimum sentence of cocaine, like you get caught, like let's say like 60 grams. From my reading, that was like a misdemeanor. Like you was going home because there was no mandatory minimum sentence for that. Like you had this much of coke right here, on back like this, and you go home. I got a handful of crack. It's over for me.
Right.
Yep. Dr. Michelle Alexander, man, that book goes hard.
What's the book called?
The New Jim Crow. That's the best book I ever read. I'm gonna find that thing.
All right, let me see.
Yeah, y'all could build while I look for that book. I gotta find that book.
I'm about to grab it now.
What was y'all building on? I wasn't even paying attention. I was on the phone.
So I'm gonna show you right now. So we was just building it on different things, really. So you could just, I was going over like some books dealing with the new Jim Crow, the old Jim Crow, Parchman Farm, like trying to add some context to Black history in America and what led to where we are right now.
Okay.
Because a lot of those factors were just on one after another. And a lot of us going back. So my whole point to even mention that, Sheffrin, and politically incorrect, Jay Mix and everybody, Black Lives Supreme, was that I think we're looking too far back in Egypt when we don't even know what happened yesterday. And like, so
right.
So that's my issue.
Yeah, that's facts.
We don't even know how these laws today.
Bro, man, you 1000% correct, man. That's what I've been saying for a while, man. It's like we focusing on civilizations and societies that existed thousands of years ago. Yeah, we don't even know what's going on about the world around us.
100%. It's the religious mindset, really, because looking at ancient things that happened 2,000 years ago, and for whatever reason, just assuming they right, just because it's old.
Right.
And look at how different our society is right now compared to societies back then.
Right.
We have to deal with more things. We have to deal with things like finance. You know what I'm saying? Finance, things like health. Things. Just everything going on in the world around us, the laws and all that stuff. And it's like we're looking back 2,000 years ago in order to move forward now.
Right.
Right.
But we're not taking the time to do the due diligence about how we move forward now in this society.
Facts.
Because we talk about unity, and a lot of things that separate us is that they don't even have any bearing on where we go in the future.
Exactly.
If I'm Christian, Muslim, or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like that's my success in the future my family, me taking care of my home and my community is not contingent on what religion I'm in.
Right.
It's like
or what ancient society I'm studying.
exactly.
Like it has, like y'all about to argue over, you know what I mean, ancient society when we got issues, you feel me, that, oh man, that's crazy. You definitely.
Yeah, man, we don't even know how to buy a house. You know what I mean? We don't know how to we don't know how to build our credit. You know, we don't know how to stop eating, you know, pig feet and pork chops and all that stuff, and getting in workout routines and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, we don't know about this, but we want to, you know, study the meta nature and learn the language and all that shit. You know, it's like it's just kind of, to me, it's just seems the focus is off.
It definitely.
Why don't we know? That's the question. Why don't we know? Why don't we know those things?
Right. Okay. Talk about it.
To me, it's really the mindset. It's really an overarching mindset, because, you know, when we're young, we don't have that future sight. We don't think about, oh, in the future, I have to actually do something with my life. You know,
Right.
A lot of young people, you know, I run into, it's all about the here and right now. You know what I'm saying? You make a little money fast, and you think that's gonna last forever, or you think it's enough to carry you on to the next phase of your life. You know, but
before you could walk, you needed a foundation to learn how to walk, correct?
Right.
Absolutely.
So if you needed that foundation to learn how to walk, what kind of foundation do you need to learn how to think, to learn how to conduct yourself socially, to learn how to create economics for yourself? If you don't understand your past, then you don't have a foundation to obtain knowledge, the kind of knowledge that brought success to your people. So the first thing we have to do is to learn where we come from, who we are as a people. We don't have to mimic our ancestors, that's true, because we are in a new age. But we have to use what we see from our ancestors as the foundation of going forward. So that's why it's important to learn your history, to dwell in it and to wallow in it. I agree with you. That's not productive. Mm-hmm. But you still must learn where you come from in order to build up to where you want to go.
Right. Okay. And yeah, and I want to say I agree, but let me give you a scenario. Say you know, you have a family unit, which I think is the real foundation, is the Black family. Because a lot of us growing up, you know, we grew up without our fathers. We grew up without their guidance. And so, you know, we didn't have anybody to instill that stuff in us when we were younger, morals, values. And that's why we get out, we get out and do our thing, you know. But let me give you a scenario. So say you have a family unit, a Black family, and the guy say it's a Christian household, and the dad in the family, he took the time to find out about finance. He took the time to learn about health. He took the time to educate himself on different topics, and he did it in this Western civilization. Never took the time to learn about history, as in like African history, or things like that, or West African history.
Right.
And so, do you think because this guy didn't take the time out to learn about ancient Africa that he's not qualified or unequipped to give his family and his children the tools essential for success in life? That would be my question.
Not at all. But the question is, what could he have been if he would have known his foundation? Could he have been more than what he ended up being? Is the question. So, no. All you have to do to learn or to grow in this society is learn capitalism. Once you get that down pat, you can make money. That's nothing.
Yeah.
But without self-knowledge,
Mhm.
are you limiting yourself? That's the question that we have to ask ourselves. Because with self-knowledge, I believe it will take us to a whole nother level as a people.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
We don't know who we are. So that caused chaos amongst us right there. We don't understand where we come from and who we are as a people. That's why we don't have that love for one another like we should as a people. If we did, we would look out for one another first before we look out for anything else. So we have to ask ourselves that question too. Why is that lacking in our people if knowing who you are and where you come from is not important? Go ahead, bro.
yeah, I think that's very interesting. I was talking to earlier about that. I said this is a capitalistic, society. So like you said, if you read books like this, hopefully you'll do good. But that doesn't mean you'll be a good person for your people. You might just be like everybody else. I don't know how these people are, but let's say like a Michael Jordan. I don't know if he's really doing a bad anything. But hypothetically, they could turn a blind eye towards our plight and just go ahead and help everybody else out or just be confined to themselves. I do probably believe that when we learn about ourselves, it makes us value each other. So we could look at each other. So when we're doing good, we could have each other on our mind. Like, I gotta go back and do something for my people. So, they ain't aid out. Yeah. So that's that. I believe that's when the history comes into play. It's to make us look back at each other, saying, I remember I was there, and I'm gonna try my best to do something for you.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree on that history. But I guess the question or the issue that I wanted to raise is what should be priority?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, priority is survival. That's priority. You got to survive. You got to be comfortable because no matter how much knowledge, we got a lot of conscious people in the penal system. Because they have failed to survive. So, and you got white folks who are rich and they lose their riches. I watch ID channel all the time. I watch American Greed. They body everybody or they kill themselves. So, in my opinion, finances unfortunately plays a large role in this country, and that's like, to me, that's first and foremost. Because how could you be focused on anything else when you can't even, when you're thinking about food or rent or light or car insurance? How could you focus?
Exactly. And so, and when you talk about survival, and then you reference things like, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, like that at the base foundation is the physiological requirements. That's the survival piece. That's putting food in your belly. That's putting a roof over your head, things like that. And I wanted to share this, man. I read that in the U.S., the homeless population is over 40%.
Really?
African American.
Really?
Yeah, over 40% African American.
That's in the new Jim Crow. That's in there.
Yeah, and it's over 40% African American, but we represent only 13% of the population.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And let me build on that. What Michelle Alexander was saying was that that's the revolving door she's talking about. So now when they tie you with a felony, when they pin a felony on you, felony charge on you, you don't have to do no time. You could just do probation and a $1,000 fine, and you'd be good. But the word felon on your record means that this country can legally discriminate against you and treat you like a slave, basically, and just deny you, qualify like a mug, deny you the job, deny you let's say bonuses and raises, all because you're a felon. You dig? So now they were saying that that's the system. Once you become a felon, it's hard to get a job. I think somewhere like Maine, don't quote me, but I think Maine is a state where they don't even ask about the criminal background. It doesn't discriminate at all. It's one state or two states.
It's a couple of states. That has to do with the federal, was the FCRA. Certain states have jurisdiction over whether they'll require you to, or whether they'll do a background check regarding criminal history, credit history, and stuff like that.
So like they were showing that a lot of. So my point going back was, felonies lead to unemployment, right? And unemployment leads to homelessness. But so that's one factor, and of course you got the drug factor, because drug, that's definitely going to do it. That's definitely going to put you in a homeless state, and you're going to add to that stat. So they were saying in her book, it starts with a felony, and that trickles your way down to homelessness at some point. And I know a lot of friends, I know you guys know too, that was caught up in the drug game or whatever game, and they couldn't get a job and struggling. And as you get older, it becomes tougher. You know, nobody want to take an older dude into, you know, it's cool to have somebody 25, 30 live with you, whatever, he can mow the yard, whatever. But the older you get, nobody want to tolerate you. You become moody and, you know, grumpy, and you can't do too much, and you ain't working or working as much. Nobody takes you in. Then you start struggling in your living conditions, and before you know it, man, you right there in the streets.
Yeah, man. But most of us start out, you know, struggling in our living conditions. You know what I mean?
Right.
And a lot of times, the easiest and fastest way is to, you know, get out on the streets, put a little work in. You know what I'm saying? And so, I think that's a starting point. I think that's where we kind of started, at least for a lot of young men I know and I knew. And one of the biggest issues that I see, that I feel like happens in our community, is that we don't focus on education enough. You know,
I talked about that earlier.
What's that?
I said I talked about, you could finish building, but I'm gonna share my screen and show you what the social ills was that, you know, generically plague a society. So, and you're gonna see that's right there.
Yeah, man, I always had issues with, you know, we'll get together, we'll throw a party about, you know, somebody getting out of prison and stuff like that. But when, you know, when one of our young people go off to college or something like that, it's just like, you know, another day. You know, that's not something that's celebrated.
Right. Yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah. And so I think the focus on education, I think, and a lot of times too, within the conscious, I would say within the conscious community, certain people within the conscious community, it's almost like you have a immediate psychological disposition to reject everything that's American, or reject everything that's Western, reject everything that's US. You know, well, I'm not this and I'm not that, so I won't participate in the system. You know, like a college, like an educational institution.
Yeah.
You know, and I think a lot of times we shoot ourselves in the foot in that way, because you know, that's an alternative route to go. That's another route to go in order to enhance your education, in order to you know, bring money into your household and things like that. And so I think the focus hasn't traditionally been in education
at all. Zero.
It's like Unbiased Sports said, the focus has been survival. So it's kind of hard to focus on those things that you're speaking of when you're just looking to survive each and every day. You guys have brought up a whole lot of conditions that we find ourselves under. So that has us under the social ills that we are in today. So what is the source of these things that has plagued our people? This is the question this is another question we have to ask.
Yeah.
Where's this coming from? And we're a little too hard on ourselves, family. I want anyone to name me another people under oppression who didn't go through these kind of chaotic circumstances.
Yeah.
Show me another people that's been enslaved and done like our people, that they just died and rose to the top.
See,
you're not gonna find them.
See, but unfortunately, that's the problem, because we don't have a comparative group or nation that did something similar. Like, we don't know if we are behind, on time, or ahead of time. You know,
Exactly. So I mean, we don't have that example because that example doesn't exist.
Right.
Most
So
people that's been oppressed has been in worse conditions than we are. We have thrived in this.
right.
While our ancestors was being thrown to the sharks, we have risen above all that. While our ancestors was being burnt alive and hung by their necks, swinging from trees, we have risen. You can't find that in a lot in most other cultures. So
Yeah, that's true.
yes, we can do better. Yes, it's a tragedy of a lot of things that's happening, but we're doing better than most, if not all, other civilizations that were put under oppression. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Is that you, Eric?
That's me.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, but yeah, and I get that, man. Just trust me, I get it, man. And another one of the things that we kind of inherited as a people is poverty. Ever since we came over here, in the transatlantic slave trade, the white man has been dominating all industries. They've been dominating in things like cotton, real estate. They own all the land. So their families had years and years to build wealth, while we're trying to, we're kind of at the tail end trying to chase or catch up to the dominant, to that dominant race. And so when you say like, what's the source, what's the issue, I always would say poverty, because if you look at demographic and statistical data in almost any city, the highest rates of crime, and highest levels of homelessness, all that stuff is directly correlated to impoverished neighborhoods. You know what I mean?
What's the source of our poverty as a people? What's the source?
Well, I would say it's been inherited. Like America was built off the backs of our ancestors. They had, the white man had time to build educational systems. They had time to, go into all these industries, fabrics and textiles and architecture and things like that. And they had time to build the country, and they had access to wealth of the American people. And by the time we were even allowed in schools, the General Education Board, which was basically owned by the white man, the Rockefellers and all those, by the time we were able to even get into school, they changed the whole goal. The goal wasn't to make any more lawyers, it wasn't to make any more doctors or anything like that.
Right.
I believe the quote was, it was basically saying we have enough doctors and lawyers, so that's not the goal of the educational system now.
But was the system created for the betterment of our people, or was it created for the betterment of the European?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. It was created for the betterment of the European, and it's
okay. So if it's created for the betterment of the European, and we find ourselves at the bottom, then why are we surprised, or why are we wondering why?
Yeah.
It's his system created for his people. Even though we built this country with our blood, sweat, and tears from our ancestors, this is true. But we didn't build it for our betterment. We didn't build it for our concerns and our growth. We built it for the European. He used us to build it for his. He controls the resources. So
okay,
I want you guys to look up something, and it's called rats in the cage syndrome, where they put these rats in a cage, and when these rats had resources, everything was fine, everything was peaceful, the rats got along, it was harmony. When they limited the resources, these same rats started to kill each other, maim each other, rape each other, destroy one another. This is what happens to any species where you see a lack of resources. So when they keep their foot on our necks with that lack of resources, we find chaos within one another, within our communities, within our neighborhoods. We destroy one another, same as those rats. So what we have to do is improve our economic situation for all of us, or those who want this. Those who don't, we can eliminate them and push them to the side. Those who are ready to join and come together economically, we can rise as a people. That's the solution.
Yeah,
We fight against it every day. We fight against it every day because we rather have drama. We rather act a fool with each other. We rather be jealous of one another and hate on each other instead of rising together as a people to overcome this issue. Go ahead, my brother.
But to me, the question would come to this, because I often think about this. Immigrants that come over to America. So I don't know if y'all know this, but statistically, that the Africans in America, those who came from Africa in America, they their average household income is actually higher than white income. Asians, I want to say Asians as well, their household salary is actually higher than the national average for white households. And so they come over in some of the same conditions that we live in. They come over and they thrive. And so the reason why I said this is because it's the system was set up for us to fail. Yeah. But those who come over from different countries and different cultures can come over here and thrive. And if you think about it, if you've gone to hospitals, if you've gone to different places, a lot of the doctors that are in the hospitals are foreigners.
Yep.
A lot of them are Indians, a lot of them Africans, things like that. And so I understand that we're in the position that we're in. We had to develop our own subculture as being impoverished in during our time here, and we had to kind of deal with that. So we didn't have our culture and things like that. But I wouldn't say that necessarily because we're at the bottom of the totem pole. That's the reason why we are where we are. When we talk about economics, this is my thing. I grew up in the projects. I had to get out there and do. I did whatever I did. You know what I'm saying? I did my little dirt, but I went to college too. I went to college too. I graduated, and I did pretty well for myself. But it's like I didn't even have an example. I was one of the first people in my family to come out of college, period. And so it's like I didn't even have an example. And even like when I first purchased my first home, I had to learn about credit. I had to learn about this, and that. And I tried to teach other people to do it, but people aren't willing to do that in our community. So we're talking about coming together economically. I don't even think it's a question if economics is the answer, because I believe it is. I believe the real question is, how do we motivate our people to learn about this stuff? How do we motivate our people to come together, unite, in such things like group economics and things like that? Because that's the biggest thing. Is like information is out there, right? The knowledge is out there of the world that we live in right now. Currently, you can learn about the credit system. You can learn about, you can learn about pretty much anything. But it's you have a hell of a time trying to motivate people to learn these things.
Okay, but so why was immigrants brought here? Why were they brought here? Why were they allowed to come in? And this was mostly from Europe at the time when they first came on into America for jobs. Why were they allowed to do so?
What time period?
Right? We're talking about right after the end of slavery, right? When the 99.9% of the jobs was held by Black people, correct?
Yeah.
So
right.
with the European found that was a powerful position for our people to be in. So what did they do? They unionized the jobs to where only Europeans could get the jobs, and they brought in immigrants to fill in those jobs, along with the white people that was here. So this is why you see them thriving. This is why it's been a long history of this. So this is why you see them rising to the top.
Yeah,
doing better than we do here.
Dr. King speak on like the land grants that was given to them. So I was really it's funny you brought it back there because I wrote that down, and that goes into like segregation and integration.
Correct.
Somebody raised the point earlier about, the labor, like this country is built off, Black labor, free Black labor, something that we didn't even benefit from. So I hear a lot I was one of those who was like anti integration, but why would we leave that alone and put all of our ancestors work or labor in vain and say, nah, white folks, y'all can have that 250-year head start. We'll start from the dark ages and catch up. No, you won't. White folks would have never been a superpower right now in this country had they not had free labor. Don't forget, like they were starting all over. So they was behind everybody. So they had to have 24/7 hour labor to catch up and surpass everybody. This is why this is the greatest country. They had a labor force that was 24/7, like under extreme duress. So they was getting top quality work.
I mean, we took our case to the court. If we had a fair court, we took it to the courts, we would win hands down. But the problem is they control the court.
Right. Yeah.
That's the problem. And so how do you counter that? The only way to counter that is I'm not saying all Black people are going to come together, but when enough of us come together, put up enough money, create a World Bank, loan our own people money, finance our own housing, finance our own schooling, create credit for our own people. That's the solution, regardless if we like it or not.
So that goes back into some of the social ills, which is unemployment, poverty, lack of education, which all go hand in hand. So, brother, what you're saying is right. We need to do that. The problem is we do not see education like other nations see it as a tool to, succeed and pull yourself up. Everybody in this world understands education is a major tool that's necessary to pull yourself up individually or as a nation. You just said all the doctors are Indian, which is fact, Chinese and African, foreigners, Russians, bankers, all whatever, lawyers, they all other races, man. I deal with these children. They tell me at 9 years old, they're going to be a bank investor. Some powerful stuff. Doctor, and she knows she's not that she just want to be a doctor. She knows she's going to be a doctor. 9 years old with confidence. I'm going to be a doctor like my mom. So these other nations see that education is a vital tool to lift yourself up. We don't see it as that. We see sports, entertainment, gambling, stuff like that. We see that as a tool. So to do what you said, brother, that's vital and that's key. But how do we redirect our focus that education is one of those main tools to send us in that direction?
By becoming living examples, my brother. I'm speaking to brothers right now who see the true path of success.
Right.
There's people in our chat right now, in your chat, that see the same thing. So you start there. But we have to be an example. We do a lot of talking as the people about what should be done. But until we demonstrate it and let our people see that there is another alternative, they don't have to turn to the Europeans to get a loan. They don't have to turn to the Europeans to educate their kids, because they have outlets from their own people now that do those things for them. We have to give the people that if we want to turn them around. They're not going to just go by lip service. The
Yeah.
only way to really to get to the masses of our people is to actually give them another way, another alternative.
So look, I'm gonna be more specific. So Garfield promotes, the credit, right? And he talks about how important it is, and all of us who has good credit, we know how important it is. Like fact, like nobody can tell us otherwise. But for majority of our people that has bad credit, because I'm pretty sure you talk to people. I talk to my mom. I talk to like relatives and friends who credit so bad they won't even find out how bad it is. Like they don't even want to look. How do we get them to understand how vital credit is in this endeavor to pull us out this hellhole? Like how do we get them to see something as simple as that is necessary to like advance forward?
Again, by being an example.
But that's not. But I'm saying like really like because I'm pretty okay. Let's say if everybody's panel in the chat credit is good. When you talk to your relative, your friend, their credit is bad, right? So we're talking about real time, real talk. And we're I tell my boys like what they'll never be able to do. I'm like, yo, listen, man, without credit, bro, you can forget about living in a nice neighborhood. You can forget about certain loans and certain jobs and promotion. That's a fact. Certain jobs, you want to get a promotion if your credit not right. And jobs do check your credit before you even get hired because they go by statistics. They say people with low credit has a higher chance of calling out, quitting, which is facts. When my credit is bad, I fit that stereotype perfect. So when I read that, I'm like, damn, there's some truth to that. So
yeah, not only that is they say that a poor credit score is a sign of financial irresponsibility. So a lot of financial positions, you can kiss that goodbye. If you want to work at a bank and things like that, it's crazy. But the sad truth is we as a community have accepted poor credit scores as a way of life.
Right.
We always joke about, getting bills in the mail and, tearing them up, throwing them away, or, you have a certain amount of time to pay your bill, before they cut the lights off. Or,
banging on debt collectors, banging on them. Goodbye. Hey, bye. Don't call me anymore. Yeah.
That's because we have a lack of resources. So when you have a lack of resources, this is what happens. That would happen to any people under the same conditions.
So
are you saying the reason why why the poor credit is accepted in the community is due to a lack of resources?
So look,
they don't have the money to pay what they have. Well, I come from my background. My grandfather always said, if you can't afford it, don't buy it.
Right.
Exactly.
So I'm not all into getting credit like that. But to those that have to do that, I understand that. But yes, they get credit because most of the time they have a lack of resources.
Yeah, but I think the key is what you're saying is they have a lack of resources. I think it even goes back further to money management and financial literacy. It's like
that's all facts. Now guess what? So they lack resources, they lack financial literacy. So as a result, the credit get jammed up. What I'm saying is this: at that point, they give up. They don't even care about working on their credit from that point on. Because remember, they're scrapping for every dollar. So they're not about to pay Brother Garfield $400 or somebody some money to fix their credit for 3 to 6 months. Like they're not that disciplined. So, and as a result, they're gonna be locked out of society. You dig? And all the gains that's with that society. So, how can we talk to them, reach them, to tell them how imperative, how you got to make that sacrifice. You got to cut that cable off or, whatever they got to do to pay that damn debt off. Like, really, like what realistically can we say? Because demonstration is not enough. That's not enough. We said it was a mind state. Like, they don't really see it as a big deal. If they get a lump of cash from taxes, whatever, bro, they ain't fixing their credit with that income. They're going to get a car or sofa set, TV, whatever like that, or they're gonna rebound from the holidays. Like, how do we get them to say, nah, yo, you gotta put that sacrifice in and just, work on that credit. what can be done to change their mind to see credit as something that serious?
So
how did we get a lot of our people to turn from the Bible? As many people as we have got to turn from it. How did we do that? Because at one time, I'm old enough to remember when if you said something against the Bible, you would be slapped in the head right off the top. So how did that change? How did we get that to change?
One way that was happening. Remember, the Muslims started with them. They were debating Christians, making them feel bad to be a Christian. You worship that white Jesus, and that's how they got them out of that. So they kind of shamed them. So if you're saying like that, that might be a way. We just outright shame the people with horrible credit.
In other words, they started having discussions. They started
debates,
teaching, information, and this and what you do, and what Garfield do, and what the Dagger Squad and Armor Squad does. This is how we make the change.
Right.
You're participating in the change as we speak. Mm-hmm. We are the solutions. Those of us who know better, we are the solution. It's our responsibility to bring in the rest of our people, as many as we can anyway, to the same level. And those who want to accept it will, and those who don't won't.
Right.
We're not going to get to everybody. What we're going to try to do is get to the core of our people and keep doing the same thing we did to get them out of religion. No one held a gun to their heads or, beat them out of it. All we did was have discussions, live discussions, and like we're doing right now, and shared information. That's all it was. And the same thing can happen here. Go ahead, fam.
Yeah, I would say the key is understanding the psyche of us, our psychological disposition, and what motivates us to move. And one thing that I thought about was what was the movie? Black Panther.
Okay, yeah.
Do you see how many people were in those movie theaters, man, dressed in the traditional African, outfits and things like that, man? And I was thinking, I said, man, that whatever happened there is the key to get us to mobilize globally. Because it was almost a point where you couldn't even greet anybody without, talking about that movie. And I was thinking, a lot of us, it's difficult. We have barriers to digesting like straight, black and white. Man, you need to get your credit right. You need to do this. You need to do that. But if you add a component of entertainment into it, I think a lot of us are a little more willing to lend our ear to what people are saying.
That's facts.
Look at the
European, the Northern European who links themselves to the Greeks. When the movie 300 came out, you see nothing but a sea of white folks in those theaters, packed to the nine, just like you're saying about Black Panther.
Facts.
And we're linked to those people from Black Panther. The Northern European is not even linked to the Greeks, yet they use their culture to promote themselves.
Or so Troy.
If they could do it on a fake level, and when they don't even have a bloodline to them, why can't we do it? And that is our bloodline.
Right.
Man, that's powerful, brother. That's powerful, man.
Yeah.
Definitely, man. And I think, and you know what? It kind of answers a lot of the questions, man. It's kind of like going full circle. It's about that culture, right? Establishing a culture that we can all be a part of, that we can all be proud of, and being unified within that culture. Because I think that was just, I've never seen on that level in my lifetime the amount of Black people that's on one, that's on one accord. You know what I mean? Doing the same thing. And it's like, man, what happened? How do we capture that in the realm of health? How do we capture that in the realm of credit? How do we capture that in the realm of education? How do we do that? And I think that's one of the
If you know you come from better, you'll do better as a people. That's the key.
Yeah.
If you know that you wasn't in the jungle swinging in trees, but you was a thinking people, a critical thinking people, that you was a people who was able to do great things and build great structures, that you was a people who created mathematics, created writing. If you know you come from that and you wasn't just eating bananas that's not even indigenous to Africa all day, then
But look, check it out. Even if your people was doing all that, right? You still should want more. You still should want to participate, you feel me, and become the best you could be in the society that you living in. You know what I mean? So history don't have to be glorious in order for you to want your people to move forward. You feel me?
Big fact. I agree. But you have to start somewhere, my brother. That's what I'm trying to say. You have to start somewhere. And to build that kind of confidence up, to give you, our people have been deprived of that kind of confidence. We've been told we were nothing. So you need to build our people up into that state that you're talking about, my brother.
Yeah, I agree. If you really had a rich history, then that's the bar. You dig? And if you're below that bar, then you're backwards. Now, if you're above that bar, then we're not gonna be motivated to do much more, because we're gonna say, hey, we're better off than where we were swinging on trees. You dig? So we're gonna think the life we have now, this second class, citizen life right now is good compared to swinging on trees, eating bananas. But if you are told that you're responsible of today's mathematics and writing, now that standard is there. It's like, well, how come you're not good in math and writing now?
But what if we wasn't?
Then it's justified to really move slow nowadays. Then, because
hell no, I'm biased.
Now,
like your condition in your society tells you what you need to be doing. And you feel me? But it ain't your history that does that. Because let's say if we find out that we don't come from a glorious past that did all of these things, you feel me? That's saying that I don't want my children and my legacy to be as affluent, you know what I mean, as it possibly can be. That like your history you shouldn't have to come from a great society to want great things for yourself and your people. You feel me? Like that like we are
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. We did come from that, so we don't have to worry about if we didn't. We did come from it. So if, like I'm saying, if the European can falsify his history as if he's great, as if he's the first to do this and the first to do that, what's wrong with us embracing the true reality that we are the first?
Yeah, hey, Sheffrin, I get what you're saying. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Don't disagree. What I'm saying is that, like the brother just said just now, let's talk about white folks. Like white folks why are they dominating science right now, or STEM period? Because they can read about themselves in STEM going back to like the Greek period, and of course the Roman period, so that they can see themselves in antiquity already dominating in these STEM fields. So to dominate it now is like, it's what they supposed to do, So it's just like a motivational, mental factor. It's like
it helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree that it can help, but I'm saying it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it should.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Because history is shaky. Like all people didn't. You know what I mean? So that's like saying that if your people didn't dominate.
Hey, Sheffrin, say what you really want to say. You want to say some people actually did swing on trees now.
Right. Like, some people was in the bush. That doesn't mean that they're right? That doesn't mean that the human capacity.
I'm not arguing against that at all. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, Sheffrin, you funny.
I'm saying the human capacity was still always there, even for the people that lived in the bush. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That human capacity is still there. Just because their society probably didn't reach the level of technology as other communities, don't mean that capacity wasn't there, and it don't mean that their antecedents can't want more or
Right.
like.
But the truth of the matter is that the people of the bush did great things too. Have you ever seen their houses they lived in the forest that they created? Man, it's fascinating.
Right.
Exactly.
It's fascinating.
But we was never told to look at it like that.
Yeah.
You feel me? We only look at stone structures and cities that was built in line with European technology. That's how they judged all technology, off of their accomplishments.
Right.
Not off of the you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
but now we can look at it. Now we can go and now we can see it, and we can see the glory in it. It's just not Kemet. It's all over Africa. We see glory all over Africa. That's a fact.
And I think it's not. I think Sheffrin, you made a good point, man, because it's really more. It's not even really about what we give them, but it's the impact of it, right? It's not about letting people know that they came from a great civilization, but it's about giving them that self-esteem, that confidence boost, that self-actualization. And I give you an example. When I think about it, we talk about the Hebrews, right? But it's like these cats, they get whatever they need. They get in their needs met based on the sense of who they are. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why a lot of what's that?
Go into that.
Okay, so this is what I think about. I don't know any. Well, I do know some Hebrews personally, but say a street cat, whatever, doing what he do, and then one brother come and present, hey man, you're not this, you're not that, you're not what society says you are. You're actually the chosen people, right? And so a sense of self-actualization and a sense of self-esteem could be instilled into that person based on who they told they were off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, oh no, I'm not no hood. I'm not a hood nigga. Nah, I'm a guy's chosen people. So I'm gonna start walking like it. I'm gonna start dressing a certain way. I'm gonna start acting a certain way. I'm gonna start, I'm gonna clean my life up based on somebody telling me who I am. Whether it's wrong or right, they're getting a sense of belonging. They're getting a sense of self-esteem. They're getting a sense of self-actualization. And when people are taught to love themselves per se, then they will take care of themselves in that manner.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like that. It's like that person who lost 100 pounds. You know what I'm saying? They're not so quick to go out and just, go binge eating at Denny's or buffet or whatever. They're gonna take care of themselves because they have this sense of pride, of self-esteem, of self-actualization. And I think that can be given in a variety of ways.
So even if your people didn't, right, you should still create a myth.
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly.
Because I think most people created a myth about who they was in in ancient times. You know what I mean? Like all people are living off of a myth.
Well,
you know
this is why I'm not mad at the American holidays anymore, because they're supposed to do that.
Yeah, they're supposed to do that. Right.
Yep.
So it's nothing wrong with us doing it too. I agree with y'all. Y'all make a good point. Facts.
And Europeans been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Right.
Facts.
I mean, especially these, like I said, the Northern Europeans are the last people on earth to learn how to read. The Romans called them little kids running around naked when they first encountered them. That's what they said about the Brits. So we're not dealing with the greatness of Greece or Rome. We're dealing with Northern European who's been falsifying their history for decades,
Right.
since the foundation of this country. That's what we're dealing with. And you just named the foundation of the Hebrew Israelite movement, because that's what it was all about, a people searching for an identity and linking on to one that was popular at the time, which was the Bible.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with like the Nation of Islam, like mythology, as far as Yaqub, how he created white folks, because like as long as it's taught as mythology, it might be kind of accepted into society, sort of. But it's the simple fact that it's taught as history, it has a racial tone to it. You just should dig. So it would never be accepted. Anybody who's a part of that doctrine, who believes that's true, then they're going to be associated with like some type of racism, hatred. So I don't mind the stories because I think it's cool, but we have to it has to be taught as mythology. White folks ain't going around saying Santa was real and the reindeers. Like, they know it's fake. Kris Kringle and all that type of stuff. The Easter Bunny, it's taught it just as that. We get carried away thinking this stuff is actually history. And that's where we go backwards.
Facts.
Yep, because the purpose of religion is to bind people together, to take people from different social constructs and different ideas and have them on one cause. That's what religion does. And so this is why religions are set up, is to bring to bring people who have different ideas and different lifestyles and from different cultures together for one accord. If it's nation building, if it's war, whatever it is, that's what it's for.
And you know what? There's this huge cloud in the community and in just Black society in general. In the community, it's this unwritten rule where like some people deal with elders, other people don't, and so they force that on you, that type of stuff. What do you think about that?
What you mean? Explain.
Like for example, okay, so you got certain people who bought into a culture where they gotta ask permission to speak, to an elder. And for the most of us, like we don't really go into that. Like that's not really our thing. We do something else. So, but there's a cloud there because there's a disconnect. So because he's asking for permission, somebody else ain't into that. At some point, they're going to clash.
I say it like this. I turned 40 last year. I don't have no big homies. I take care. Look, I raised my children. I raised my children. I'm the man of my household. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like, can't nobody son me. You feel me? You reach a level in life where you should be like, yo, can't nobody son me like that, yo.
Right.
And that's just real. You feel me? Like at some point you become an equal to people.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, why wouldn't you look at yourself like that? That's crazy.
Yeah, I damn sure see myself as that. True story.
Man, I think I tell you what, man. I say this. I think at one point in time that was that type of environment was essential because of the challenges that we face during those times, right? But I really think, honestly, it was really implemented in order to teach us discipline, right? Just to not to have some kind of discipline and not go off on any and everybody. But I think we should throw all that out the window and replace that with mutual respect. Two men should be able to have a conversation, you know what I'm saying, without banging on each other. Two men should be able to have a conversation and have the intellectual capacity to express themselves in a manner that's not insulting or offensive to somebody else.
Yeah, right.
You know, and I think and all that, all that, running folks and stuff like that, man. If I'm paying my own bills, it's like what?
Right, I'm a man. Look, my father respects me, right, as a man now. You feel me? My uncles.
Yeah.
So I be damned if I let somebody else son me, yo. That's crazy. Like I didn't earn mine, like to a certain degree.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And
like
look at your position as a man. You have a shop, you have your own family, you create your own resources, you take care of your own. That builds confidence in you to feel that way and to be able to speak the way you speaking now. Not saying that you wouldn't have that same confidence if you didn't have those things, because you a man and you was gonna grow to have something in the first place. But what I'm saying is, when you do have that foundation, that gives you the confidence to stand like that. Well, every man should have a fair opportunity to take care of his family, himself and his family, and have that same feeling as we have as men who do the same thing. And so, if they're not allowed that opportunity to do that, this is when you find rebellion. This is when you find jealousy and hatred. This is what creates those things. And those who are enemies to our people understand that.
Right.
And they wave and build the fires to that and blow them all over our people to keep us in chaos. So what we have to do as a people is to help to create these opportunities for the men in our communities so they can have that same feeling we have of being able to provide for our family. Because when a man can't provide for his family, it's the lowest feeling any man can have on the planet. I don't care what color you are.
Now look, that's interesting because I try to put some of my boys on to what I was doing, you dig, as far as income. And I'm doing way better than them. They struggling like hell. But bro, it was like trying to make a horse drink water. Like they see how I'm doing it. Wait, they first seen that I was with them. Then they see I'm beyond them. And like they go into the malls with me. They go in here. They see what I'm doing easily. So when I try to pull them with me, I can't explain it today. They talk that talk. Yeah, I'm with it. When it was go time, bro, all of them, every last one who's doing bad, decided to keep doing bad. Not one said, yeah, man, you doing good now. Yeah, holla at me, yo, let's do it. Every last one of them reneged and said, nah, made up excuse after excuse after excuse, bro.
How did you come by that information, Unbiased?
No, I'm talking to
how did you come by the information that you're saying is beneficial to you and would have been beneficial to them?
Oh no, it's okay. Put it like this. Let's say franchising, right? Companies. Okay, so when you have a proven concept like McDonald's is proven to sell, right? Sell burgers in a good location. Okay, so what I set up was just like that. It's a proven model. Like it's going to work because it's like franchise. Like you're franchising something off of what I built, and I'm going to set it up. I'm going to do everything for them, and it's guaranteed to like blow up. Period. You know, in certain locations. So I'm speaking off like, and I guarantee them. I said, dude, listen, bro, I will pay you even when it's slow because I know I'm gonna get my money back. It's gonna blow up. So I was talking like that, and they still, one dude asked me, so how was your Thursdays? I'm like, what? I'm good with y'all, bro.
But you created that situation for yourself. You did the research. You did what was necessary to obtain the knowledge of that information, and you applied it to what you want to apply it to. You did that yourself as a man. All men want their own lane. They want to do something.
Wait. So what happened to this? When I was growing up, and I'm 42, and anybody in their 40s can relate to this. What happened to us growing up, and we seen that dude with the nice car and with the little khakis or business attire? We always try to say, yo, what you do? Put me on. Like, what happened to that? Like, now everybody want their own lane and do it their way? That's crazy. Yeah, I just wanted to be, to be like the person who's successful.
You're absolutely right, but that takes critical thinking. They're not thinking that they're not on that level yet. So all they know is we don't want to ride off of somebody else's coattails. We want to come up with some of our own.
Yeah,
That's the only way
but
they
that
can
look, that contradicted everything we talked about today. We talked about
I was just about to say, man, we reached an interesting dichotomy because of that factor. Because a lot of times, where we talk about the elders and stuff like that, and how ain't nobody gonna son me and stuff like that. But when we think about it, these people were part of organizations,
right?
And they were vying for a higher spot or that elder's position, basically. So they put themselves in a position of submissiveness in order to try to achieve that.
Yeah,
you're right. It is a contradiction to it but that's the mindset that they're in. That's the mindset that they're in. They don't have what Unbiased had, to do the research and do the proper protocol to find out.
I'm about to say, don't say methodology.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to say that. Yeah, but they don't have that. So they're in the fast lane thinking about, oh, I need to get this, I need to start this, I need to start that, and don't have the fortitude to do so. So that's why you see the pullback until they understand what you just said, that we do need to collaborate, that you do need this to come together. They'll never think on that level.
Man, listen. At the end of the day, is like when you franchise, of course, the owner gets a piece of the percentage, right? And yeah, I think they really worried about me in my pocket so much so that they sacrifice their own selves. I really believe that, man. That the idea that I would get a cut, I believe that was enough for them to say, man, I'd rather just be a bum. Like, how else can you explain that?
Niggas be lazy, yo. Yo, you never can take. Look, you never can be held accountable for another man being lazy. You feel me? Like,
yeah, I agree with that, Chef.
That's just, you could want for your friends, right? And for people around you, and they probably genuinely want the same things that you got. But then they lazy, yo.
Right.
You feel me? Like, so, like, that's like something that's the hardest thing to overcome, yo. Like, is getting out of your own way. You feel me? Now, I guarantee you, in certain aspects of your life, you get in your own way too.
Oh,
you feel
yeah.
me?
Yeah.
You just was able to accomplish the financial thing. You feel me? You like, yo, I'm not gonna let my laziness, hinder my life in this area.
Right.
But I guarantee you, somewhere else in life, you got a procrastination issue or something that you just can't get motivated to move past.
Yeah, true.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Some of us can't fail. Some of us can't fail and get back on our feet and rise up to the top. Some of us is just not built that way. This is a dog-eat-dog country that we live in, and some people are just not made for it.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
And you see it. You
And
see
so the
it.
question
Yo,
is-
you can drive by certain people and look at them and tell, yo, they broke, yo, they beat. You feel me? Like,
Yep,
they
That's
ain't got no more fight in them. You feel me?
Yep.
Like, yo,
Exactly.
society can do that to you, yo. You feel me? That shit can do that. And I'm not saying your friends are at that level. You feel me?
Right.
But it's stages to it. You feel me? It's stages to it.
talk.
Everybody not gonna be on the same level, but it's definitely stages to it. So what you need to do, right? What you need to do is get around people that's more advanced than you. You feel me?
Yeah, well, hey, Chef, that's what I end up doing. I end up,
Exactly.
and,
That's
and
what
you
you're
know,
supposed to do.
man, you wouldn't believe how old they are, bro. They're like 20, like I hang around like 28-year-olds now. They all doing better than me or damn near 28-year-olds, man.
I see. Look, I grew up with a core of barbers, right? And like we all reached a certain level, right? We all opened our own shops. You know what I mean? Did this, that, and the third. You feel me? Like, I probably was a little bit more advanced. I opened the barbershop, then I opened the salon. You feel me? Like, to incorporate females too, because it was an easy thing to do, right? But now you got ones that I went to barber school with that never picked up a clipper after barber school.
Wow.
You feel me?
Wow.
Like, so it's levels to it. It's some that say, yo, I don't never want to own my own shop. You feel me? I don't want that. So they comfortable with paying $250 a week for a chair. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Instead of, you feel me, having their own thing. You know what I mean? And so it's everybody at different walks of life, yo. Like,
yeah, a chef, I'm with you 100%. But when it comes to franchising, like maybe I didn't do a better job explaining that to them.
mm-hmm.
You are not an owner, you dig?
Mm-hmm.
Because the person that you're franchising from controls your supply, everything. Like, you know, you just got to keep, you just got to make sure that your thing is profitable. But like you really don't, you know, like for example, like in a real company,
the company still owns.
You're essentially a manager that shares.
Yeah.
The company still owns. Subway
Exactly.
still gonna run Subway. You're
Exactly.
not gonna let you mess up their company name.
Exactly.
Right. They're gonna train the staff. They're gonna supply you. You feel like it's still Subway. You feel me?
Yep.
So,
and you got to use all Subway, you know, everything.
Right.
You can't put your own drink in it, none of that type of stuff. It got to be all Subway.
Right. I'm with you on that. So it could be more people, you know what I mean? Is self-confidence got something to do with why people don't act on things? Laziness, self-confidence, you feel me? Like, you niggas probably just don't want to put in that work, yo.
Yeah. But see, I think this is a big problem, Sheffrin, because when we discuss this mindset and this outlook, what do we do when 85% of the community has that same mindset?
Right.
You know, we talk about affecting change within the community, but when everybody comfortable working at KFC or working at Subway, or, you know, slanging here, slanging there, and everybody's comfortable with that way of life, and their motivation is straight dead. Like, how do you incite some kind of passion or some kind of motivation or some kind of rigor into those people?
Good question.
That's the best question of the night. I mean, if niggas look, if people knew that, I think the Nation of Islam.
I was gonna mention them, yo. That's funny you said that.
I think they did the best as wise motivating
wow, man, you read my mind.
To do better. You feel me? To other than that,
yeah, I was gonna I was gonna say this, but I said, nah, I ain't gonna do it. But now I will, since you brought it up. Mm-hmm. The Nation of Islam, I sold Final Calls, and I think that's what prepped me to do what I'm doing now. Like, I wasn't afraid to, like, that fear was gone. So, brother, to answer your question, that's what got the fear out of me. You know, you have to sell Final Calls. That's just it. No way around it.
Hold on. What was it exactly?
So the paper, the Nation Islam paper, the Final Call.
So you selling the paper?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yo, so you know what that do? That goes back to what we was talking about earlier. The myth of who you are. You feel me?
Yeah.
Creating a myth about who you are.
Yeah.
Actually can just think about it. I know a Hebrew Israelite. I know Hebrew Israelites. I know people in the Nation of Islam, and I know people in the Moore Science Temple. All three groups, I feel, is pseudo as hell, right? But one thing about them, look, you can take a dude and put him in the Nation of Islam. This dude could have poor self-esteem. You feel me? He could be he could be a poor speaker. Yo, give him 6 months with the Nation of Islam. Yo, he able to look you in your face. You feel me?
Word, hell yeah. Confident him up, bro.
Talk better.
Love talking.
Confidence is better. Look, them niggas, them Hebrew Israelites, they can get on the corner, right? and talk shit with anybody with self-confidence. You dig what I'm saying? A more science motherfucker, they can look, that confidence that's instilled in those people off of that lie, that myth of who you are, that shit actually works.
Yep.
That shit is a motivating factor, yo. Like, yo, we can't bang on.
But it's a motivating factor. It's a motivating factor for what? How's that working for us as a people?
No, I'm saying it progressment. It makes them progress as men, as human beings. You feel me? Like, they even clean themselves up. You feel me?
Progressing to what, brother? To do what though? What are they? What are they doing?
No, feel me. I feel you. But
yeah.
Now, industry needs to go behind them. You feel me?
Right.
Now, I'm saying their mechanism to clean people up and give them structure to be able to get out their lazy behavior. You know what I mean? To overcome something. They do that.
It effectively changed their mindset.
Yeah,
exactly.
Whereas they were stuck in a.
Who benefits the most off of this progress? Is it us as a people, or is it the organization?
Yeah, you are definitely So if you keep going down that rabbit hole, then it's going to lead to what you're saying right now. But we're saying as you start off, right, before you get indoctrinated to all that crazy stuff, they do the best job amongst us to get our mind right and focus to want to do something constructive.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, not a lot comes after that. You dig? A lot of religion comes after that, and then it gets stagnated.
My point is, when the Borg incorporates you into their society, it's for the betterment of the Borg. It's not for the betterment of the individual.
Right.
I agree, but what I'm saying is, we have to their way of doing it, right?
We got to borrow that.
We don't have. What I'm saying is, after that, right? After these organizations, these pseudo organizations, clean people up for us and put that vigor in them, right? Now in our community, we don't have an industry or industries for these guys with this newfound abilities and stuff to be able to be profitable for our community. That's where the business people come in at. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's what, because now you have viable workers for industry. You see what I'm saying? Now you have something to work with, right? They give it, the Nation of Islam and them can give you the raw material, but we gotta have something in place to be able to to use that. You know what I mean? If not, then the Nation of Islam just gonna use them niggas to sell bean pies and to sell papers.
Yep.
You know me?
Exactly. Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, no, yeah.
People like you and our brother Unbiased to clean up our people, to give them the foundations that you guys have that allows you to uplift yourselves and your families. The truth is much better than myth. So the truth is going to last a lot longer than myth.
Yeah. At the end of the day, but look, check this out. I was like, they knew I was different in the Nation because on Mondays it's FOI class. You got to go there and drill. I'm probably the only member in the Nation of Islam history that never drilled before. I'm probably the only person ever that joined them and never drilled. Peace outside the cubes. So check this out. My Monday nights, instead of going to FOI class, you know what I was doing, brothers? Selling more papers. You did? Because I understood this is where the money's at. So while they drilling, I'm taking their customers. And I'm just selling more papers. So I was already different way back then. So when I started to see it getting stagnant, like nothing much more is coming out of this, like I gained what I could gain, that's when I did. And I did with where I'm still cool with them. Like most people who leave have some type of bad relationship or bad blood, like I'm still cool with all of them. So it was like a mutual like split basically. I just like got what I could get out of it and I just kept in touch with them. I kept going to study classes here and there, but I moved on. They kind of like respect, like they never beat me down when they see me like, yo, where you at? Yo, why don't you come back? Never. Cause they understood that I had a different vision.
You outgrew it.
Yeah.
And you didn't have that fall of losing a God. See,
Right. Yeah.
when our brothers lose that God, man, they fall hard. They fall hard on their face. But you can't fall if the foundation is true. So they'll never find out, oh, the truth is false. It doesn't exist. But then once they find out Allah doesn't exist, once they find out Yahweh doesn't exist, then they take a big crash, and a lot of them never get back up again. So it's better.
Right. Yeah. See, the thing is, like, the thing is, like, you know, it's weird, man. My life, yo, we were Christian by default, but my mom never brought us to church ever. We only went because my grandfather, like, we went once in a blue moon. My grandfather was like a preacher or something like that. But my mom, bro, she never talked about God, religion, nothing. But she was like Christian by default, though. Like, she'll tell you she's Christian, but we never had church conversations ever in the house, man. So I never was really religious, ever. So my first religion was the Nation of Islam.
I grew up in the church. And was taught by one of the most powerful pastors in Oakland, the Bible. So
wow.
Yeah, that's how I came up. And so I know what it's like to lose a God concept. I know how that feels. I know how it feels to say to yourself, damn, I didn't even think the European would lie about something like this. You know, damn, I didn't even think he was this treacherous where he would lie about a God. So I know that feeling. And I'm telling you, it's a hard fall, and a lot of our people can't recover from that. That's why we need to go through another route than making the foundation a religious one. We make
I don't think. I guess if you hear the conversation, it can be implied that we're saying that the religious route is the way to go.
Right now, we're not saying that.
It's really not. We really not discussing.
I know you guys not saying that. I know you guys not saying that. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but we're really not discussing the religion, but more of the methodology. Like what?
Right. Exactly.
What did they implement? Right. Yeah. What did they implement in order to get people in the mindset? And I think one of the biggest things they did is discipline. Like how, Unbiased was going into Monday nights. We did this, FOI training.
Yeah.
Real. That's a form of discipline. A lot of niggas in the hood just Monday night is Monday night. We're gonna be, at Exxon or we go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It is what it is. And a lot of us really haven't really had any discipline because honestly, a lot of us didn't have fathers growing up in the household. And we use religion as a crutch or as a replacement for a father because that's what taught us discipline. I grew up in the church. Bro, I went to church, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Saturday night, Sunday morning, Sunday evening Bible class, Sunday night. And man, that's all we did growing up, man. I was just, straight up in the church to the point I was thinking I'm going to be assistant pastor and all this stuff. But it was one of the components of it that I see, that it seems like I see, is discipline. When we give our people discipline in certain aspects, then it kind of gets them out of that mindset of just going through life sporadically, just doing this and that, just whatever. You know what I'm saying? It kind of places them on a path, gives them direction in life. And that's what motivates them to want to do more, want to be more, do better, and be better.
Mm-hmm. But that lie does it for them. You feel me?
Exactly.
It's a motivating factor. We gotta respect it. That's why I'm saying those things shouldn't be disbanded. You know what I mean? We gotta find usefulness in our pseudo religions. You feel me?
Yeah.
Because just think about it. They're the most effective things that we have in our community. You feel me? Like,
yeah, I think the Nation was probably the most effective organization I've ever seen in the Black community.
Yeah.
Period.
Well, but how is it working for us as a people? That's the question. Again, we should see a big improvement if it's working in a positive way. we should see a big improvement within our people, not just in their mannerisms, but socially and economically. We're not seeing that. We're still stuck in the same place.
That's because we never had that financial infrastructure. That's why we don't see it on that level. See, we don't have the financial infrastructure that other communities have.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So if we build on that and we let that be the foundation of how we come up, if we get more exposure, because the key is exposure. So our people are exposed to religious concepts more than they're exposed to men like you guys. So that's the problem. We need men like you guys to have more exposure to our people so they can build on that instead of building on a false religion that's going to get in the way of their development when it comes to what we're talking about now. That's what I'm trying to. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, we have it gives you more discipline. It does this and that, but it only does that. The people that benefit from it the most are the religions. We want our brothers and our sisters to benefit the most. Correct?
You want the community at large to benefit from it.
Yes, as individuals, like you guys are, like I am. We want to see our people rise to that level. And there is no crash when we teach them, like you say, if you teach brothers how to be barbers, there's no crash from that. That's truth. There's nothing to fall from that. They can't fall. All they can do is rise on that, to a higher level. That's what's better than doing it, making the religion the foundation of growth.
Peace. What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
It's outside the cube, man. Just listening in. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, finish building. I'll give an input when I have something to say. But thanks for letting me on the panel.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hey, peace too, man. You might have cranked up late because I checked. Thought you had 9. Then a little bit late, I said, "Man, you ain't going."
So
I come back and look. Yeah, I come back and look. What up, Q?
What up?
Come back and look. You going strong? I'm like, man. Hey, if Unc was on this panel, he'd be like, "Man, it's tomfoolery y'all talking about right now." Hey, but I agree with the sentiment though, right? But I think realistically though, it's impossible to move people away from religion at this point. Like maybe 300 years from now. The number, we too few. You know what I'm saying? Like 300-400 years from now, after a lot of work, then yeah. But I think I think the chess movers to meet them where they at and try to find a way to implement Black nationalism into that religious structure. You feel me?
Well, let me add this if I can, because you said it's impossible, yet you aren't religious, and I'm not religious.
In our time frame.
Oh,
yeah.
You
know what I mean? It'll take some hundreds of years.
I agree.
I think, which I do agree. I agree, but I also think that like we are on the precipice, not only within our community, but as a nation and as humanity, where we're on the cusp of getting over the religious dogma that's plagued us in the past, right?
Humanity in general.
Yeah, humanity in general. Because it's not only in a Black community that you see a lot of people leaving the church, it's the white community, a lot of immigrants that grew up in these organizations and stuff are leaving and things like that. But I do think also that it's important to start, right? To kind of start building that foundation now, to where we contemplate, we opine on these things that when we're analyzing the religions, taking the components of the religions, how they use their tools to inspire people to obtain a common cause or have a common goal. I think it's important to kind of extrapolate those ideas, those components of it, to at least start a foundation as to how, as an answer to how we can move forward, right? So it definitely won't be on a global scale, right? But if we can affect change within, smaller communities of people, then, over time, quite naturally, it'll evolve into something else, right?
Well, let me ask this question to the brother speaking. And I'll just play devil's advocate momentarily because sometimes I enjoy it. So, if you were to disconnect these people from their religion, then what do you replace it with? Because according to them and how they look at it, they have an ultimate morality which comes from their respective religions and books. So, what would you replace that with?
You know what? To be honest, my goal would not necessarily be to remove the people from the religion, because I do believe you can be. I believe you can be
progressive and religious.
Exactly. I believe you can be focused, Black-centered. You can be focused on Afrocentric things and still be a part of the religious organizations. What I'm saying is for those people who don't adhere to religion, or those people who have feel that they've come into the knowledge of some truth about religion and left on their own accord, that they do need a replacement, or otherwise, like Brother Lion was talking about, they'll kind of just be lost. You know what I mean? Floating around in life.
Well, let me ask you. I think what I should have asked you first is, are you an atheist, or where do you stand in this? That's what I should have asked you first.
Well, I would say I'm agnostic atheist. I would say cool. That as in I don't feel like there's any evidence to prove a God as of right now.
Okay, so now when we're talking about morality, how do you deal with morality?
How do I deal with morality? As in what's the source of morality? And where it comes from?
Yeah, precisely. What's the source of your morality, and how do you go about practicing it? Like, where does it come from, and how do you go about executing it?
Well, to me, I think morality is a very psychological component, right? And long story short, it's doing good for the greater good of people, right? Or even taking the scriptures from the Bible. I'm not anti-Bible or anything like that. I feel there's some good stuff in it. Like treating others the way you would want to be treated. So that doesn't mean I have to adhere to Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, or God, the idea of God and things like that. It's my own personal morality that feels like I wouldn't want to be treated like this, so I'm not going to treat someone else like this. You know what I mean?
But where do you get that from, though? What's the source of that?
Well, it's my own psyche, and I feel like even people who talk about God, it's really more, and this is just personal. This is personal opinion, so I'm not stating this as fact. But it's all about personal convictions and a psychological disposition.
So no, go ahead, brother. Finish up.
Whereas some people would say, well, God doesn't want me to do this, so I'm not going to do this. I can say I'm just not going to do this because it's not good, or this would hurt somebody, or somebody can lose, money or their life or whatever. It's I don't see it as a separate disposition, but I just see it as viewing it in two different ways. Whereas somebody say, "Hey, God does it," another person say, "Hey, I'm doing it."
But see, here's the conundrum, because a religious person would ask you, well, how can you understand what is good? Well, how can you discern what is good and what is wrong? Like how do you get to that point so where you can understand or discern what's good and what's evil, what's good and what's bad? Like, how did you get to that point? Because you're now telling me you have your own separate source of morality, which comes from you. And if you want to get people out of the Bible, then they're gonna have to follow your morality. So how do you?
No, not at all. I guess that was kind of like my whole point at the beginning. Like, I don't. In order to, okay, I feel like
Okay, well, just scratch
Need
that.
to-
Well, how do you know what's good and what's wrong? Like, how do you get to that? How do you understand that?
Well, it's just by human deduction and reasoning. You know, I don't have to be told by a supernatural being or preacher or anything like that that is wrong to hurt somebody. I just won't hurt somebody because I wouldn't want to be hurt.
But how do you know it's wrong though to hurt someone?
Well, when you define wrong, what do you define it by?
I'm defining it as what you're defining it as.
So if I'm giving meaning to the definition of wrong, then I will be the standard or the plumb line that I'm defining it by, right?
Precisely.
So whereas someone says, well, God says this is wrong, or someone says I says it's wrong. If it's wrong, it's wrong. You know?
But you just gave me like there's no context behind it. Like, how did you get to the point to say, well, this is wrong and this is right? Like, because I'm just telling you, like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate, but these are questions that theists will ask because they feel that they have a supreme being that they get their ultimate morality from. So they know that in their Bible, they feel that killing someone is wrong, or sleeping with another woman, or if you're a woman, another male is wrong. You know, they feel these things. So how do you get to, well, this is wrong? Like, how did you get there? Like, that's what I'm asking. How do you determine something is wrong? Like, how do you determine that?
Well, I guess I would say
that's all wrapped. I can answer that. That's all wrapped up in your social in the social construct you in. We got these laws. You can't just kill somebody. You finna go to jail for life.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Then you got the lessons learned from your parents. You know what I'm saying?
It's the elements of culture that sets the tone for
you lost family members. So
you
know
okay, so let's use that then. If it's cultural, so what happens if I'm from, let's say, Zimbabwe, and you live in America, and I'm just using these names because they're actual places. But when I come to where you are in America, it's okay to kill foreigners. It's okay. It's not a bad thing. But to me, where I'm from in Zimbabwe,
you come to America, it's okay to kill foreigners. Hold on, put down. Put down.
No, the point I'm trying to make is that you're saying that right and wrong is social in its culture.
Yeah, so it's based on the culture. That's exactly right.
Okay, that's cool.
It's the mores and forays of the culture that dictate
but the point I'm trying to make is, in my social culture, killing foreigners is wrong. But when I come to your culture and I come to where you live at, it's not wrong. So how do we rectify that?
Well, you would conduct yourself in that manner.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to engage in killing foreigners if that's not a part of your culture.
Yeah, like for example, like different states got different laws. In Canada, I heard you could smoke weed over there, but you can't over here in certain states. So you got to just abide by, the laws of what governs those states. That's just how that would play out.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
if you go to Abu Dhabi, Dubai, shit, you can't even walk. Like it's a real strict code of conduct, man. Like you can't be with a female, ain't your wife. Matter of fact, if you ain't from there, you can't even be with a woman from over there.
Wow.
But what I'm trying to pit against each other is the clash between this culture saying that this is okay, to whereas women can drive. Let's just try to make it something that's a bit more on the forefront to where we all can understand. I think killing is probably a little bit far left. So whereas you have cultures in the Middle East to where women cannot drive, whereas here in America, women can drive. Now, of course, when you go over to the Middle East, you're not going to have your woman driving because you don't want any harm to come to her. But what I'm trying to put at a clash is who is right in this situation if the only thing that's right is the culture, which is dictating it. So how do you get around that?
I would say, and honestly, I would say I disagree with the cultural aspect of it, and I And I would say that pretty much everyone is basically their own moral compass, although there are aligning principles in morality across pretty much across the world. But morality is an abstract concept, which can't be painted in black and white, right? So whereas there is such thing as an age of consent in, say, the U.S., and like in foreign countries, they may have laws that are completely different. But
well, you can't get around it no more than you can get around the laws of here in America. There is no getting around it.
But see, this is the main point that I'm saying. If you were the emperor, king, president, whatever it was of a country, and you were to, if your wife were to go vacationing, with her and whatever the hell else, her friends or whatever you want to call them, and she was driving a vehicle and they decided they want to chop her head off, and they did subsequently do that, are you willing to start a war because she wasn't following the rules of this other people's country, which you, in your country, it's okay. So are you willing to start a war with these people for killing your wife, which is the president, emperor's wife, over something that is okay in your eyes, but not okay in her eyes?
No, because you would know and understand what the laws were there.
Yeah, but this is hypothetical. We have to keep it. It's just a hypothetical, brother.
I understand, but I'm just saying.
So would you be willing to start a war, or would you say, okay, my wife got killed, fuck it, that's just what happened. She didn't follow the rules. Are you willing to say that, or are you willing to say, hold on, I think women should be able to drive, and then on top of that, they killed my wife for something that I don't think is a problem. Are you willing to start a war for that?
But that's like saying, if my wife stole a car here and she got gunned down in a police chase, will I be willing to start a war with the police?
Right.
But no, I'm just asking a question. Like, would you or would you not?
I understand that, but I'm just saying that's the premise of your question.
Right.
So, but would you or would you not though? Like, that's what I'm asking. Like, would you or would you not?
Would I start a war if my wife stole a car with the police?
I'm not asking you that question. I'm not asking that question. I'm asking you if your wife was in the Middle East somewhere where they couldn't drive and they chopped your wife's head off and killed her, would you be willing to start a war because of that?
And what I'm saying is the answer is the same as what I just said, because she is breaking the law. She's breaking the law. I'm sure we would have had that discussion before she went there.
Right.
So it'd be different if she just went over there and they cut her head off. Now I'm ready to go to war.
So that's a no. That's a no.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, okay, cool.
I would feel a different way about it than if it was just done for no reason at all.
Right.
Or for some racial reason, or even a political reason. I would feel
and keep in mind, I'm just playing devil's advocate, and I fully agree with everything you guys are saying.
So Cube, given the context of the current conversation, regarding the progress within the community, were you making an assertion in that manner, or was that a different was it just a different topic? Or
no, that was just something that came up in my head throughout the conversation.
Okay.
When you guys were talking about, because one person was saying yeah, no, I think it was Sosa. He was saying, I don't think we're gonna get black people out of religion and this and that. So that's just something that popped up in my head to see where you guys were when it came to morality. Because one thing that is a sticking point for a lot of theists, and it's difficult for them to release from theism, is this supreme being with the supreme morality. Because they have, for Christians, 10 commandments. For fake Black Hebrew Israelites, they have the 613 law, statutes, and commandments. So that's just kind of where it came from. That's all.
Yeah, but too, it's like, it's deeper than just people believing in a God. I like to study like neuroscience, neurobiology. It's a lot of that got to do with the mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at the people that believe in UFOs, like, what you gonna do with that mind? You see what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I don't care what you say, nigga. I saw an alien. You know what I'm saying? I saw Bigfoot. Like, all the scientific literacy in the world ain't finna do nothing with that mind. You
Well,
see what I'm saying?
that's a person's personal, credulity. Like, there's nothing you can do with that. If I told you that I seen 10 giraffes flying in the sky, there's nothing you could do to refute it. You see what
Yeah,
I'm saying? Like, there's nothing you can do because it's a
and there's a
personal. Yeah.
yeah,
I
but
don't
there's a
think that's an
lot.
issue.
But there's a lot of people like that though. Like
Right,
I'm
right.
gonna
So
tell you something, right? Go ahead.
no, what I'm saying is I don't believe that's the issue. I don't believe we should get hung up on people who think a little kooky. You feel me? Like
Right.
I think those people exist in all communities, right?
Yep.
But what we need to do better is we need to do better at promoting our people or people who are scientifically literate, right? We have to have what's the word I'm looking for? We have to have industry in our community that they could have access to push the whole community forward. These are the only things that we don't have. You see what I'm saying? So now that's what make us look back at the kookiness like it's really an issue. That's what make us look at the religion like is stagnating us. No, it's the fact that we don't have industry in our community because we have the scientifically literate people, but they have to go outside our community, right, in order to make a living. So they actually push other communities forward and not ours. You see what I'm saying? White people got kooks and craziness and religious nonsense
everywhere
in their community, but they also got mechanisms, right, and industry that the people that are progressive can work in and push their whole community forward. We just don't have the mechanisms in the industry that they have.
But
So
see,
we
check it. But see,
I
check it. You're one. See, you're one. Let me just say this real quick. You're 100% right. And the difference is with the white community, those people that's extra kooky, those are the outliers.
Mhm.
The main people that's pushing the community forward and keeping white people on top are not these people that think kooky like that. Now, when you look at the black community, now,
Exactly.
not if you just go and ask a random black person, do they know about the Black Hebrew Israelites or all this crazy stuff? They're not gonna know. So
Right.
what we talk about on the internet is kind of just limited to just that, the internet. But
Exactly.
we do have a lot of this kooky shit that runs rampant in the north, like we believe in God and we paying tithes and all this other bullshit when we actually could be giving our 10% to a pot to actually do something for our people. So the stark difference is the white community, those people that think crazy like that, they're the outliers. You see what I'm saying? In our community, these people are standing firm. Who are these the prosperity preachers and all of that kind of shit? These people are the ones that are actually pushing the shit that's affecting the whole. Whereas in the white community, you don't have that as much.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
but that's
I
the
think
whole.
I
That's
think
another
I
thing.
think another thing in the white community as well is the standard of living, right? Because not only do they, I mean, and they have their kooks, but even their kooks are able to be effective in their capacity and their role in society, right? They have a standard of, of things like routine. Whereas it's not only about their kookiness, but hey, it's about my bank account, right? It's about my job that I go to work every day. It's about my family. We have dinner every night. We have this order, and all of that kookiness. But in the black community, everything is more focused or geared toward the church. We're going to church. We're going to church. This is what we do. We go to church. We go to church, or we'll go to mosque, or whatever these people do. And that sense of well-roundedness doesn't exist because it's basically church, work, home. Church, work,
So
home.
hold on. So y'all don't
even their
believe that
kooky people are not waiting on the plantation, waiting on Yahweh to come save them. Our people are. So how
Yep.
can you build an empire or build
Exactly.
an economic platform when your people think Yahweh is coming to save them?
Exactly.
so y'all
but
don't
see
believe the
that
religious people are progressive? Like that's crazy.
they are
I
progressive.
don't
Yeah,
think our biggest
How
problem.
can they be
They're progressive.
progressive and
They are
our people's in
progressive.
the same position
They are
that
progressive.
almost that we was in slavery, bruh?
No,
This
the
is what I don't
drug
understand.
dealers and the criminals are the backward people in our community, not the
Yeah.
religious people.
Yeah.
Like,
The
yo,
drug
we
dealers don't
got
give a
this
fuck about
twisted.
the drug dealers don't give a damn about
They
Christianity and religion. They don't give a damn about that.
Yeah,
Yo,
because
the
listen,
church people
listen,
go to
listen,
work.
most,
Hold on. The church people go to work,
yeah,
right? They pay taxes. You feel me? Like I'm trying to figure out how we looking at because they have a religious belief that somehow they the backwardness in our community. They the ones who been holding us on. If we have any buoyancy and any afloat in our community, it's because of religious people.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree with that.
that's what I'm saying. Listen,
I agree with that because
let me say this.
go ahead.
Listen,
Go ahead.
most of us come from parents that came from that
Exactly.
background, and man, they did us good, bro. Like
Exactly.
they didn't wait on God to pay the bill. They got up, worked 2-3 jobs, and paid them.
Facts.
Like we can't.
They
I'm agnostic, but we can't just throw away
empire. They
I
contribute
think
to this empire. How is that working for us as a people?
I mean, we gotta look at where they came from. But we coming out of slavery.
Are they handing out jobs to our people that don't have jobs? Are they giving up loans to people that don't have loans? Are they helping them obtain land?
They not the people for that.
Oh, okay.
But
they not the people. We talking about the working
goal
class.
as the people, right? Is to
But they're the
achieve
majority
these
of the people, though. So we got to focus in on them and get them out of that bullshit and try to redirect their focus. That's what I'm saying. If we look at the majority, I don't look at religious people as they're the bane and they're the terrible part of our society. I don't look at it like that. I look at these are people that need to be redirected into something else. Because if we're giving billions and billions of dollars to church every damn Sunday, like, that's the problem. Not these people in their religion. It's like, okay, you want to keep your Jesus, keep your Jesus. Let me say this last thing. If you want to keep your Jesus, but when it's time to pay those tithes, put that into a community fund or a city fund. That's it.
Yeah,
that's the pastor's job.
I think we want to get away. I think we want to get away from
what we're seeing, what you're talking about. As a people, that's not pushing us forward. That's doing good for some of us as individuals, yes. But we're talking about the advancement of our people and what's better for our people. How is it enhancing that in any kind of way?
Exactly.
I'm saying,
I think we want to get away. I think we want to get away from the generalizations too, because just because someone is in a church or whatever doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be detrimental to the community. But I'll say this: there's a lot of dogma, like I'm saying earlier, I was born and raised in the church, and I know there's a lot of dogma in the church that's detrimental to the community. For one example that I give you, we were talking about credit earlier, and I have seen times on multiple occasions growing up, whereas my mother or my grandmother would give their last to a church or to a pastor if they're having an appreciation program or something, would give their last, and not only giving their last, but give the money they could have paid their bills with to the church. And that in turn ruined their credit, and that in turn closed opportunities that they could have had in the future. They could have, did things like built their credit or saved some money and purchased a home and things like that, but they never could do that because of a lot of the dogma that existed. Another example is in the divorce. Like my dad was strung out on drugs, everything, but my mom was super religious and she never divorced that nigga. You know what I'm saying? And she kept letting him in and out the house, and he kept stealing, and we had to get, buy other shit, and he'll come back in and steal. He had to buy other shit. And it was a vicious cycle, but my mom thought that was the right thing to do because of the church.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off, but and that's precisely what I'm saying. It's not the people in their religion, but we do have to look at their religion and look at how it's shaping their mind and the decisions that they're making. Now, we can go back to the church and religion and all of the great things that it's done for us, but we have to be honest enough with ourselves to say, hey, this shit just ain't working now, and it's time to switch it up. All people do that. All organisms do that when they're trying to survive. But for us, we want to continue to hold on, to this 50-ton weight that's holding us back. We have to let it go and move forward. Keep your Jesus.
We was enslaved in the name of Islam. We was enslaved in the name of Christianity. How do you make those concepts beneficial to you?
At this point,
I understand. I understand the fight that you're.
They
fighting.
are beneficial.
I understand that fight, bro. But it's like it's chess, though. You gotta work these pawns first. Like you trying to straighten on with the queen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We gotta push these pawns first, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel you though.
Bro,
But see, that's backwards thinking though. That's backwards thinking because on this chessboard, we no longer have any pawns. That's backwards thinking. Said push pawns.
You trying to do the full? Hey, bro,
400-year-long game.
Hey, bro, you trying to do the full mate, man.
Exactly. You trying to checkmate 3. It's like,
you trying to do the full mate, bro.
Make that final strike.
Nah, hey, yo, look. You trying to do the fool's mate. Hey, yo, look. The fact is that there are pawns out there. There's a king out there, knight, bishop, and rook. What you gotta do is push the pawns, get your knights posted up, and your bishops out there in space in kingside castle. You dig? All your minor pieces out. That's what we gotta do. We're trying to do a fool's mate against the French defense. Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, but see, on the flip side, as you guys are looking at it, like we have all our pieces to play with, when in actuality we don't. There has to be a sense of urgency. There has to be a sense of urgency.
Now, I think we have everything.
That was kind of the overarching theme tonight is like we trying to get our pieces on the board,
right?
Man.
Hey, yo, you do know. Hey, look, let me add this.
We got all our pieces, yo.
Hey,
we got to be real.
Yes. Hey, yo, you do know pawns turn to queens, right?
Oh, absolutely, brother.
I'm
an avid chess player.
We got what we need.
Yeah, so we got a lot of pawns out there. Those pawns will turn to queens, knight, bishops, or rook. That's what we got to do. We got to find a way to get our pawns on the other side of the board to transition to a knight, bishop, wherever.
And I'm with that. I'm with that.
It's no shortcut. Let's be real. I think the false sense of urgency, right, has been one of our biggest problems as a people. The false sense of urgency is check the move. The false sense of urgency is our community is behind. You know what I mean? The only way we can get forward is by doing this right here. Whatever somebody, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's basically saying, okay, when we was in slavery, the saying is when we was in slavery, right, taking the chains off us was what we believe freedom was. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then when they took the chains off of us, getting off the plantation then became what freedom was. Then when the Emancipation Proclamation came, then voting became,
right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Good point.
Every time, it's like, yo, we don't never be able to step back and say, look, we got to sit down and build a strong community. The same thing that white people, Asians, and everybody else did, we got to sit there and do the hard work. We can't run to the white man community soon as we get a job making $80,000. You feel me? Like, we're going to have to put that work in our own communities, right? Build our own school systems up, right? We already got all of that shit. So what I'm saying is the pawns is already on the board. We think is a shortcut to reaching this white American success. Like when they had hundreds of years of building their communities and putting that work in. You dig what I'm saying? We gonna have to do the same fucking thing. I don't mean to cuss, but we're gonna have to do, and we don't want to do hard work.
But check it.
As the people, what have we been more passive or aggressive? What have we been more passive or aggressive, Sheffrin?
I think we've been a little bit of both. When we've been able to,
we've been more passive, and we're stuck in the position that we're in now. How is this? How is what you're saying is going to advance us forward?
Because everybody
let me ask a question. Let me ask a question though.
Hold on,
What
hold
is
on,
your
hold on.
idea?
Let the brother finish because I think he made a good point. Because if he's saying
I just
that,
want to ask him a question. Let me ask him a question though, because it's in line what he's talking about. Like, give your idea of what aggression means, so we can see what that look like when you talk about being aggressive.
Well, I'm not saying that we should be aggressive. I'm not saying that I could go in on that, but I'm not saying that in this statement. What I'm saying is, what have we been the most? Have we been more aggressive in this situation, or have we been more passive?
We've been passive.
So my question is,
and I can qualify it.
Okay, go ahead.
I can qualify it.
Go ahead.
It's still stemming to what I said before, right? 120 years ago, Booker T. Washington and them put down a plan. That plan would still work today. It would. Like they knew what we needed. Like they knew the temperament of the majority of the people in the country, how they felt about us, right? So he was basically saying, yo, if they see you as workers, yo, be the best workers. Like,
right.
Be the best worker. Control industry. And then the society need you. Become that. It's like if they need you to be, if they only see you as shoemakers, then dominate that field.
Right.
The country will have to come to you because they need shoes.
Right. Yep.
The same way that they need NFL players, the same way they need basketball players, they come to us. So
They don't
you're
need
right about that.
basketball players. That's
No.
bullshit.
I'm saying what you're saying. Like if they need the best of black basketball players or the best of black football players, they're coming to us to get it. No different than
we made ourselves valuable in that arena.
Exactly.
Right, and that would be a move. That would be an aggressive move. Ain't that right, brother? Wouldn't that be an aggressive move? What you just
the right way.
What you just outlined of being the best shoemakers that you could be. What you just said, being the best shoemakers, right? Wouldn't that be an aggressive move?
Yeah, but we didn't follow it.
But we both agreed that we've been passive.
Right. Yeah. Definitely. That's why I said I wanted to qualify it.
So now you're qualifying that we should be more aggressive, which is my point.
Yeah,
because why haven't we been aggressive like you just pointed out? Why? What is blocking us from doing what you just said? What is it? Is it waiting on Yahweh? Is it waiting on Allah?
No, it ain't none of that. It ain't none of that. It is all right. Is you know?
It's a focus.
We create fake beefs the same way we creating a fake beef with our religious people in our community now.
Yep.
You feel me?
Yep.
Like we acting like they the problem. You feel me? Like when Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois had the pulse of black community at the time that them two was at the height of black leadership, meaning W.E.B. Du Bois believed in higher education will push our people forward. You feel me? Booker T. Washington believed that technical skills would, push our people forward, right? Then they bumped heads.
Yeah, it was.
And when they bumped heads, black people had a split. They said that Booker T. Washington was talking down to us, right? When he had the more practical method. It was more practical. You feel me?
Booker T they looked at Booker T like an Uncle Tom. They was like,
they tried to make you out to be the Uncle Tom when he had the more practical method.
Right.
You feel me? Like if everybody go to college, what would they be able to do? Nothing but work the white people industry.
Right.
But if you have technical skill, you feel me? You can control the industry.
Well, it's pros and cons, but see, the reason why they butted heads is because there were pros and cons to each ideology. And truth be told, if every black person followed one or the other, we would
not
be
every
10 times. No. What I'm saying is, if we just chose one or the other versus being split, we would be 10 times better off than what we are now. There's no way around that. If we just followed one. Like let's say we all.
But see, there's a thing though. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me just say. Let's say we all decided to go to college and flood these industries, and once we flood these industries, then we're able to bring this number one, bring the knowledge bring the knowledge back. Number two, we will also gain capital to where we can then build our own shit, which is what the brother was just saying, to where we can then create our own industries.
Facts.
So both of the brothers were right. It's just that we chose sides. But if we, well, we were split in those sides. But I'm telling you, if we just chose one, and let me just say this last thing. I'm not pessimistic because we were talking about earlier about this incessant need to hurry up and rush and do things. I'm not pessimistic to the point to where Dr. Claude Anderson has said, oh, in like 10 years, you're going to be a permanent underclass. I'm not pessimistic like that. I see the gradual gains that Black people have gotten in this community. I see it. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me, in this country, we all see it. But the truth of the matter is, there is something that's going on to where you have a lot of different things that's affecting our community to where there will be a point that we won't be able to overcome the things that are in our path. So I'm not.
Let me say that. Let me say this too. Like, I think the issue too has always been, and I be arguing with folks about this. It's like, I hate the idea of just one, because I feel like if you only got one idea, you ain't got a good plan.
Yeah, nobody gonna take you serious.
Yeah, and we always feel the need. See, it's like we have to destroy one. We have to destroy one to get the other one. It's like you were saying, Sheffield, with the fight from religion. They already got their thing going. Instead of destroying that, let's just build ours along with that. And then when the religious folks see you generating income, what do you think they're gonna do?
Yeah,
they gonna go where the money at. They gonna be like, oh, you hiring? Now you can talk to them. Now you can offer them stuff.
You must not be talking about my grandmother. I don't care how much money you got. My grandmother going with Jesus, brother.
Like that's the devil.
That's the devil.
If she wanna keep that rice, if she wanna keep that rice, beans, and potatoes on that motherfucking table, she gonna
Jesus
go
been
with
doing that
for her.
If you ask her, Jesus been doing that for her.
Well, guess what?
Listen though, we don't gotta win all of them. It's just about it's all about ratio, bro. Once the ratio, you just gotta get that ratio right. You don't get everybody. You just need enough to get that ratio right.
Okay,
demonstration is the key. Demonstration is the key.
Beliefs. The thing about it, though,
there you go, brother. There you go. That's really what it is. It's demonstration. Because I said this once upon a time, and a brother jumped all over me over this. I said that, Black people, whatever with other people and other races, but Black people, we are so fad laden. If I get the new colorway of the nines, you know what I'm saying? Everybody else got to get them because they're hot, or whatever the case is. Niggas is standing in line for an iPhone, all this other shit. We're so fad laden. But what if we made doing this right here was the cool thing to do? Yeah, make this the fad.
Hey, man, that goes back to that Black Panther example we gave earlier. When that movie came out, man, and everybody was wearing the African garbs, and everybody was going out and seeing the movie.
But even before that, they did that in the 80s, though. They did that in the 70s. Like it's rinse and repeat. Even now, you got this whole Kemetic shit, like, you know what I'm saying, and this Hebrew Israelite shit. Like, niggas just doing this. Like, it's rinse and repeat. Like, come on, like, niggas, like, we have to, instead of just doing it for 5 or 10 years, and it's just hot for right now, man, we need to pound this shit and do it for real. Like, 5 or 10 years, your child's only going to be, like, 5 or maybe 12 years old. Do this shit for 20, 30 years, and we need to do it as a collective.
Hey, so Q, this is the question, though. What are we doing? What's the method? What's the way? What's the path?
We're not doing enough of what it takes. And like my brother said, we're running from the hard work. We're running from that shit. We're running from the hard work. And I'm telling you, brother, I'm not one of those brothers with the woe is me and the blackology, as my brother Bias like to say. Like, I hate that shit. I eschew that shit. I keep that shit far away from me. And niggas call me a coon for being on that. Like, I don't give a fuck about what Black people. Bro, I'm gonna be honest, and this may sound crazy. I don't give a F what Black people did in the past because I don't live in the past. Do I love them for what they did and how they got me to where I am today? Yes, but I would be disgracing them if all I did was sit back and talk about what they did in the past instead of taking my children, trying to further them to where they can further the race. Like, nah, get out of here with that. I don't care about none of that. Let's you know what? I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. People want to talk all this Africa, all of this. Man, listen, one day I want my name, because I did my DNA test and I'm primarily 66% from Nigeria. I want my name on the street in damn Nigeria. Like, yo, like that takes a lot to do. You don't just wake up and do that. You got to actually put in work to get that.
And that's an aggressive move.
Yeah.
Everything Sheffram said tonight, even what he said between Du Bois and Booker T, all aggressive moves. So my question is again, why are we not taking that path? Why are we stuck in the passive lane?
Like we are taking that path, but we taking it as a lot of individuals instead of pooling it together.
Fact.
Taking that path as a group.
Exactly, because most of us is lost in these religions. We are the ones that's not. That's the difference.
Now you know what?
I don't think that's fair though.
Yeah, I don't. Hey, yo, listen.
Hey, most people ain't coming. You're not gonna get every one thing about.
I want to speak on the religious thing.
Y'all ain't gonna get me to shit on my grandmother.
I ain't doing it.
Look, to check this out.
My grandmama too. She was into it too. My mom too. Right now, she's in her 80s and she's a strong Christian.
Hey, bros,
she's a strong woman, dude.
Hey, bros, let me say this.
That's just what it is, yo.
One thing about it though, we got see, this is where and then even in the conscious community where Brother Reggie is having a problem. You know, we don't have to be disrespectful to the elders or nothing. But if the elders is wrong, they wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're not we can't, and no disrespect to nobody's grandmother or nothing like that. If Granny is wrong, Granny is wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
More importantly, I love my granny, but she needs to get out of the way. Like that's really just what it is. I'm sorry.
Granny been out the way.
That's not crazy. That's what's gonna keep black people stuck. That's why
ain't nothing wrong with my grandmother.
The conscious community is coming at Brother Reggie like that.
Y'all grandmother's crazy.
Ain't nobody's grandmother crazy. It's nobody's grandmother crazy. It's most of our grandmothers are wrong, though. It's not
highly indoctrinated.
And if Granny is wrong, Granny is wrong, bro. We can't. We gotta be able to. We have to be able to swallow that pill, man.
You know, to speak to people.
Yeah, true. Hey, family. My friends and siblings, they grandmas, anybody can get it. But I do very respectful. But anybody can get it. I don't play, I got a friend.
Look at white people, man.
Hey, look,
see, the thing about it.
Hold on. Let me finish this last Swazi. Hey, look.
My grandmother's smarter than all y'all niggas.
Yeah, I got a friend who won't talk to me now because he's in that alien thing. And look, I don't even bring up alien stuff. He keep bringing it on me, like, trying to like, convert me. I'm like, dude, the only way you'll get me, I don't care about what government secret file you got. I said, bring it to my door, dude. Other than that, I'm good. Now, as far as the religion is a hindrance, but not the way you think it is. Because when I talk about credit and when I talk about jobs, they are on board. It's those silly Negroes on the corner that they have the problem getting on board. The Christians and the Muslims, they already know what it is. They got to maintain a family, keep a job. And look, they ain't out there causing harm and making me look over my shoulder. It's not them. It's the wild dudes out there. They ain't listening to nobody. They are the main ones that we got to get on board, get on track. The religious folks, they good. I ain't got to worry about them too much.
They good.
Well, technically, 98%,
but they raising kids though, bro.
98% of black people that are in prison or jail right now are Christian or religious. So that's
right. And then also, bro, they raising kids with a certain mind state. They raise the kids with a certain way to think. Everything, the things that you believe affect what you do in your everyday life, bro. And whether you know it or not, you know what I'm saying? So when they raising their kids,
My
more money
grandmother always
into the
told me
church
to
than
do
they do
good things.
into a business
I don't-
adventure.
Look,
We know
I don't-
this.
my
It's
grandma
not
went to
about
church.
granny saying good things to you. Everybody's granny said something good, bro.
So
But
how
granny,
we
that don't
acting
mean
like
granny
they
knew
wrong?
everything.
How we gonna
I'm
say
not-
get them out the way? Like
No,
God,
we're not saying get them
Yeah,
out
they
the
the
way,
backbone.
bro.
They
We're
the
not.
we
backbone.
can say get out the way.
You're taking that wrong, Chef.
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying
No,
what I'm
Q
saying
say
is
grandma gotta get out. Grandma gotta get out the way.
we
You
can't.
damn
We
right,
in a,
because
we
you
in
know
a,
what? I
pushing
don't want
grandma in the
granny. I
back.
don't want
we in a,
granny.
we
I
in
don't
a
You
want
was
age.
granny
pushing grandma
indoctrinating
to
my
the back.
daughter. I don't want my granny indoctrinating my daughter on some bullshit that don't exist.
Right.
That may
Absolutely.
stifle her progression in this world. Talk
Yeah,
about waiting
but
for some fucking Yahweh or some
Exactly.
bullshit like that.
but
I'm
listen,
sorry.
that's your daughter.
Sorry.
That's your
Are you
daughter, though.
crazy?
That's your
I
daughter.
want my daughter
Exactly.
to learn from her
Not
grandma.
everything. I want my daughter to learn some things from my
Yeah,
grandmother,
you can
but my
guide her.
grandmother don't know everything, bro.
Oh,
Right,
Some of
but
the
what I'm
things she's
saying is the things that
absolutely wrong on. And
hold
if I
on.
love my daughter, I'm not gonna allow her to be taught something that's absolutely wrong, whether I love Granny or not.
But
Corey,
listen,
let me ask you a question, Corey.
Mm-hmm.
Did your grandmother ever teach you something that hurt you?
Yeah, she did.
What? I need to hear this.
Well, I mean,
That
white Jesus?
When she cut that water hose and put it on your ass, that hurt.
It was a certain way of thinking that had me hindered because like my man said, I was raised in the church, man. So most of education was not that important, but church was very important. You see what I'm saying? Even my grandmother today, church is more important than anything in the world. Getting up and going to prayer, Monday prayer, Wednesday when they socialize with other churches, on Sunday school, Saturday, all of that type of stuff.
He trying to get you right with Jesus.
Instead of
that's wasted.
Listen,
that's wasted time. No, hold on. That's
instead of her
wasted time.
taking me to the museum, though, bro.
Thank you.
Instead
That's
of her,
wasted
instead
time.
of her doing a science project with me, bro. Instead of her sitting down and reading the book
hold on now. How
she
good
took
is
me
your
to church.
grandma? How good is your grandma with science?
Yeah,
Terrible.
She ain't good at all.
How good was your grandma to be a professor?
Good at all because of what she believes, bro.
So socialize. Hey, Corey.
I have the perfect example. How many of us have had mothers or grandmothers that told us, "Don't you ever question God"?
I got hit in the mouth. I got slapped in the mouth.
That ain't bad.
That's not bad. Are you kidding me, bro?
Man, that's
Are you kidding me, bro? Hold on. As an adult, do you question God?
But listen, bro, when you
stop. He said it wasn't bad. He said it wasn't bad.
I don't believe in God.
What I'm saying is
we talking about as a child, though, bro.
Hold on,
not as an adult. My grandmother don't control nothing as an adult.
When as you get of age, bro, all the stuff that you reassess your life at 18, and then you start taking out. Okay, this is what I got good for my parents.
So I gotta wait till I'm 18. So I gotta wait till I'm 18 to take out the bullshit when the shit starts getting
right. That's what's holding us back.
Yeah, because your mind got to mature.
That's why we 150 years behind.
No, listen.
That's why we 150 years behind.
I don't teach my daughter none of this fucking bullshit. I don't take her to no goddamn church.
Because you the next generation, bro.
Okay, but I'm not saying I'm disrespecting my grandmother. I'm just saying, like, in the context of what we're talking about, I don't want my grandmother talking to my daughter about going to no fucking church or no bullshit like that. That's it.
But why do you
talk to your grandmother? Do you talk?
Well, she passed about 5 years ago. But.
I do, yes. Yeah, I talked to my grandmother. You know what she said?
That's some of the best
I ain't seen you in church. I need to start seeing you in church more.
That's like, yo, talking to your grandma. Oh my God.
Listen, I'm from South Carolina.
Yo, bro, we love Granny, bro. We all love our Granny,
grandma don't have any wisdom, though. I think y'all taking it too far, bro.
Yeah, we can talk about the whole grandmother.
So you want your baby to learn about the talking donkey?
Y'all making it seem like we don't love our grandmothers, bro.
I would just clowning, man.
This conversation nasty.
Yeah, but I was saying, like, listen,
man, don't do it like that, bro.
That's why the black community ain't gonna never advance, because we ain't never able to say something without being offended. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't worried about that, bro. But I'm saying, listen, I'm from the Bible Belt, right? My
Mhm.
family, my father was a rep. He passed. He had like two, 3 churches. My auntie, my cousin there, they got churches. You know what I'm saying? They know I'm agnostic. They call me atheist, right? When I go
Well,
home, they tell
you
me the
are.
same. When they go home, they tell me the same things. But that's my family. They don't love me no less. I don't look at them no
Nobody
less.
said they love you
Who's
less.
saying that
Nobody
though? But
said
who's
that.
saying that?
Nobody
Let me
said
finish
that.
the
Who's saying
statement.
that?
Let me finish the statement, bro. So what I'm saying is that even in that crazy dichotomy, we still can work together. You know what I'm saying? And
Of course.
there's things and there's good things that they learn because they was in church and they instilled in me.
Right.
We can't act
And if
like
he need a
The
loan,
things that you
Yeah.
learned in church that
Look.
was valuable probably didn't even come out of the church. It was
It don't
probably a
matter.
lesson that was
but
taught
that's
to you
where he
from your
learned it
dad,
at.
from
don't
Yeah.
matter,
learning
bro.
lessons through
What
living
you
life.
mean?
You
Okay,
can't say that. You can't say that when they were grounded in the
watch
church.
this.
Yeah, yo,
can't
we
just say,
Watch
look,
this.
yo,
the church don't matter. You could have did it on your own, but they was grounded in the church.
right.
All
Listen,
they think was
nobody's
based on
disres-
God.
Listen,
Listen,
nobody's
Look at the church
disrespecting
and
where
look at
people
our
come from.
neighborhoods and compare the
I
two.
just want to know,
Look at
can
the
we
church
agree
and look
on
at the
one thing though?
neighborhood and see
Can
where
we
the
What's
money
agree
that? What's
is
that,
at.
Corey?
can we agree that the things you believe are gonna affect your everyday life? Can we agree that?
Yes. Yes.
of course.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if I strongly believe that I don't need to do no work, I don't need to try to prove myself to nothing or nobody. All I have to do is accept that Jesus is my Lord and Savior. If I truly have that belief in my head, my ambition is not as great as it would be if I knew that all I got is me and my fellow human beings.
Yeah.
Okay, but show me the people that's doing that. Like, show me the
Right.
people
No,
that.
well, hold on, wait, hold on.
Let's
Hold
do
on,
on
no.
what?
I can't let you
Say
have no.
what?
I can't
Doing what?
let you have that. I can't let you have that. You said show you the people that just believe in God and they're just
No.
waiting on
I ain't
And
God.
nothing else.
I'm talking about they ain't going to work. They're not putting
Right.
kids through college.
Oh, it's a
Right.
lot of people
No.
no.
But see,
It's not that they don't do
it's
anything else. It's that their ambition is less than it would be. You
it's
see what I'm
Show
saying?
me.
tilted.
The black
Yeah.
church put people through school.
Show me.
Yo, listen, but
Yeah.
we're not talking about that because all black churches
You
can't
can
do that.
everybody can choose an anomaly. It's
Nah,
black
That's not
millionaires.
an
So why
anomaly.
is we
Look at the
talking
black
about it?
church
talking
in the
about
neighborhood
outliers.
that see these things
It's already
and
black
school
people
come out of.
doing good
Look at
already.
that. Look
Most
at the
churches
black
got
church
scholarships.
in the
That's
neighborhood
outliers, bro.
that these kids come out of that you're speaking of. The black church, the church period, is they're the ones that have pastors flying in private jets. They're the ones that have their churches building new buildings. Look at our
Yeah.
communities compared to the churches, and you'll see where the money is going. We
And
invest more in the church
because
than
of
we
what
do
they
in
believe.
business.
They don't need
But
nothing in this life. They
Hey,
can give it to
right.
the past.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Somebody just said their grandmother gave their last to the church
Yeah, he was
community.
talking
That's
about
You know
called
what I'm talking about?
back in the day. That's outliers, bro. Like, show
That's
me
No,
called
that
the people.
still goes
No,
on
Bro, that's
today.
not an
What's
outlier,
the
bro. I'm
outlier?
sorry.
What's
That's
the
not an
outlier?
outlier, bro.
see the large population of black people that's not going to work, not putting their
No,
I'm
see,
not
now
saying
you're
that.
talking about something
I ain't
different.
never
No,
said that.
listen,
I ain't
hold
never
on,
said that.
stop. You're talking about something different because these people go to work and what they do is they give 10% of their earnings. So they can't not go to work and still be able to pay tithes. So that's irrelevant, bro. We're not talking about the same thing.
Yeah, the churches would not
Other
never
people work.
discourage
If
you
they
from going to work,
believers or
bro.
not, plenty of our people work.
He said
bro,
that
no,
people are not being productive because they're waiting on God.
nobody ever said not
No,
being
I
productive,
didn't say
bro.
that.
You're mixing that up.
Corey, repeat what you just said, bro.
I
Repeat what
said,
statement you just made.
can we? First of all, I said, can we agree that what we
We got it.
believe it affects our everyday life? Everybody said yeah,
Got it.
right? So when
Yes.
we believe, when people believe that we don't have to do anything. Now I'm not saying that people aren't doing anything.
No, don't
belief
clean it
in
up.
their
Don't clean it up.
mind
Say
is
it the
the
way you
bottom
said
line.
Don't clean it up.
I think
Obviously, I gotta
what
qualify
Corey's
it
saying.
now because y'all didn't understand me the first time.
I think what Corey's trying to say is people are directing their focus and their energies on things above, on the, as in they say, on the things of God, rather than the world that they live in right now.
Exactly. Right, because
listen,
what
this is the
grandmother
best way to
believed-
say it. This is the best way to say it, and I
Go
think
ahead, brother.
everybody gonna feel me on this because we have a bunch of atheists and agnostics who don't even know that they're atheists. So this is
Get
what
out that
this
shit.
is what it is. Yeah, hey Sosa, you know I had to shoot you with that shot. But nah,
Yeah,
this
go
is what it is. Right now, we understand that there's no afterlife. So right now, when we tell our sons or our daughter, you know, I love you, we say that shit every fucking day because we know that there is no afterlife, that we're gonna see them again. When I talk to when I talk to my little brother, my big brother, my little sister, my big sister, I tell them I love you every time I get off the phone. Why? Because if they die that same day, I can never say it again. Now, when we're talking about our parents and our grandparents and so forth and so on, they believe that there was gonna be something else. They believe that there was going to be something else. But us on this phone right now, we have life insurance, hopefully.
I do, yep.
We work
The first person in my family.
My grandmother got life insurance too.
Hold on. The point I'm trying to make is but hold on, but listen, the point I'm trying to make is we work our fucking ass off because we don't believe in no damn afterlife. That shit is not that shit is not holding us back to where God gonna take care of this. No, it's only Cube. I'm taking care of this shit.
Hey, Cube,
I'm doing this right
brother.
now.
Gonna
Go
get
ahead,
up
brother.
with that.
My grandmother worked
Wow.
into retirement. She got
That's what I'm
life
saying,
insurance.
Q.
Matter of fact,
You
she
just
got
put that
life
knowledge
insurance
down,
for
bro.
everybody.
You just put that knowledge down, bro.
Stephen,
Same thing with me. Same thing with me.
So
Chef and my
what
whole
you
family
doing?
like that.
Hold on, wait, let him finish, because I ain't get to finish, but let him finish though. Go ahead, bro.
I ain't get to start.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Brian.
bro.
Get in there. Get in there.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
I was
just
gonna
gonna say that's anecdotal, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say this. When it comes to grandma, like, or anybody, you know, of course I'm gonna ignore them if they say, I'll wait on Jesus, whatever. But if grandma keep trying to push that on me, I'm gonna say, grandma, relax. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna be forced to tell you the truth, you know, about this whole Jesus thing.
But you can't say that
You
as
gonna
a
force me to
35.
clarify
You can't
myself.
say that as a 10-year-old boy. You can
Oh
only say that as a
I'm
35-year-old
talking
male.
about like as a clear like adult, like 30 and up.
Yeah, you can do
Yeah.
that.
Said, I'm gonna be
Yeah, but when you're
forced to
10
tell
years
my
old, nigga,
grandmother
you
the
going
truth.
to church.
Oh no, yeah, you definitely going to
And
church.
if I would have at 10 years old, Granny would have smacked me in my mouth. You know what I'm saying?
But listen to
Yeah.
this though, like for real, coming up, bro, a 10-year-old boy, and when your grandma or your family member put you to church, man, trying to really install structure in your life, the best way that she know it. She's trying to put you on a path to where you love people. You're not looking to rob nobody. You're looking to be respectful. Like, so we can't act like they just take you to church just to make you brain dead zombies, bro.
Right.
It's a reason.
Nobody's saying that.
You might not agree with why they're doing it, but their intentions are good.
Listen,
creating a false
listen.
dichotomy.
They're doing. Listen, that's a straw man. Listen, what they're doing is
false dichotomy.
they're doing things the best way that they know how.
Love everything that Granny say, or we can't love nothing that Granny say. That's a false dichotomy, right?
Listen. What they're doing is. Listen, let me say this right quick. They're doing things the best way that they know how. That's all it is.
With the tools with the limited tools they got.
Well, you gonna love it all, but you don't believe in Jesus.
No,
you don't believe in Jesus.
No, but listen. Let me finish though.
You would not teach a child Jesus, bro. So don't give me that shit, man. Like, stop.
Yeah, you don't believe in him, so
why are you lending credence? Why are you lending credence and saying what your grandmother did was okay, but you won't teach your child Jesus? Like, come on, bro.
Just listen.
Come on, man.
Because when I got older, I learned, bro, and I made the adjustment.
Okay, then.
So you want to be set back again. You want your kids to have to make that adjustment.
What I'm saying is like you got.
Do you teach your children Jesus until they're able to understand
Listen,
that?
I don't teach my child Jesus. But
I don't teach my kids. My kids don't even know nothing about religion, period. I got an 18-year-old in college.
With school.
He barely knows anything about religion.
If you're not willing to teach your child Jesus, then stop right now. It's over. Because that's what your grandmother did, but you're not willing to do it.
Let me finish the statement, bro. You gotta look at it like how we now, you gotta look at it like a flowering process, bro. Like grandma was the root, your mama was the plant. I'm the flower now. Now I'm creating something different. Everybody's gonna come out. Everybody gonna come out of it like that, bro. So now that I'm a different, now that I'm mutated, I can make different. I
You
can
the
make
honeybee
different
now.
species. Yeah, what I'm saying is like
You trying to go out and
them-
pollinate some plants, bro.
Exactly.
We can't
And-
stay stuck in the root. We not the
Exactly, and I
stem no
agree.
more, bro.
But them other folks, bro, some of them other folks is gonna take the same path, bro. Like some of those folks that are religious now gonna raise atheists, just like my
Yeah,
grandma raised an
but that,
atheist.
hold on. That's not what you said. What you was saying, hold on. That's not what you said.
Well, we trying to pull them out that garden and into the truth. What's
But
wrong
hold
with
on,
that?
hold on. What he was saying was that there was nothing wrong with what the root was teaching, when in actuality, it's a lot wrong with that shit.
I didn't
We
say
need
It's a lot wrong with
in
it, bro.
order
If it's
for
wrong,
us.
it's wrong, man.
I
It
don't
don't
think
matter.
he
who
said.
it's
I
coming
don't think he said it's nothing wrong.
never
I
said
think
it was
I
nothing
think his
wrong
point was
with it, bro.
that it was coming from a good place.
It was coming from a good place.
If it's wrong, it don't.
Okay, I'm
See,
cool with that.
my favorite
She
saying,
did
one of
not
my
know.
favorite
She
sayings, bro.
wasn't
Let me say one of my
smart enough,
favorite
bro. Like,
sayings
they
in the
didn't-
world. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. It don't matter how good the intentions was, bro. If it's wrong, it's wrong, man.
And you know what? And that's the problem that Unc is having with these older brothers, is that shit is pseudo, and people look at it as disrespect because he's saying that your shit is wrong. But what you're saying
the
is,
conscious community is a microcosm of
forget
the
about,
black.
forget about.
but hold on. What Sosa is saying,
y'all looking at it to be more
hold
argumentative
on, let me
about it.
finish. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
No, we
What
build.
Sosa is saying is, oh, well, you know, that was grandma, so we gotta respect grandma. Okay, you know what? We can respect grandma, but hold on. Can we tell her that she's wrong? Or
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta tell
You
grandma
might not
she's
even
wrong.
have to tell her that she's wrong.
I don't think.
I
we
didn't have to tell my. I
accept
didn't have to
that
tell my grandma she was wrong, bro.
Yeah,
To do
Listen,
that.
if my
Sometimes you
grandmother
do,
was
yeah.
living, I would tell her that she was wrong. So she wouldn't be thinking that
everybody's
she's
different,
going.
Q. Like everybody ain't
That's
cute.
cool.
Everybody's different, bro.
That's fine, but at the same time,
saying?
wrong is wrong.
All I was
bro.
saying is this. Like, look, I'm gonna tell you like this. My grandma worked till she retired from work, right? Nigga, she couldn't even read. Like when I was 10, she would give me the mail to read for her. See what I'm saying?
Yo.
So coming from a situation where grandparents didn't even have the knowledge that grandparents today have. Like so we gotta be forgiving and understand where they were coming from is all I'm trying to say.
Who's stopping that?
Yeah.
Who's saying that we shouldn't be forgiven, bro?
Listen, though.
Could our ancestors tell the elders that they were wrong? Could they do that?
Right.
The what?
Could our ancestors tell the elders that they were wrong?
If they gave them bad information, they could say that information was wrong. They don't
Right.
have to say, "Oh, you wrong." They
That's
don't
a
have
part
to
of growing up. That's what growing up.
Hold on. So now it's a part of growing up. But when we're saying this shit to correct the elders, but our elders corrected their elders, and nobody speaks about that shit.
I don't know, man. I would say it's two different scenarios because we're talking about grandmothers, right? They and
All right, so look, let's seal one topic. So everybody get a final take on grandma, on correcting grandma. So we can close that chapter and do it.
All right.
Yeah, do we run up on grandma? My grandma passed, but do we ask folks right now to call their grandma and like, grandma, you was wrong about putting me in.
See, that's a strong one.
That's
believe in
crazy
Jesus,
and ratchet.
grandma.
That's raising our point.
Is that
Nah, so everybody clarify what they meant by correcting or not correcting grandma one by one. So
Go ahead, Sheffrin.
All right. Well, the way I see it is, your grandmother is, the structural backbone to the family, right? So I see a lot of wisdom in my grandmother, and at her age, I wouldn't want to pull that comfort that she had from under. And I know that her belief sustained my family through a lot of hard times. You feel me? Like her strength and what she believed in actually, because we wouldn't have known what to do in a lot of instances when death and shit happened. You feel me? We took that strength from however she carried it is how we carried it. You see what I'm saying? So that shit was rooted in her belief. Now, I don't believe in God. You dig what I'm saying? But I can't take away that strength. You feel me? Like I wouldn't be where I'm at today if it wasn't for her and her belief. So she good. You feel me?
Yeah.
I'm not taking that away from her. I can believe whatever the fuck I want to believe. And I can be wrong at the end of the day. You feel me? But I ain't gonna take that away from grandma. She proven in my family. You feel me? She proven to be that soldier in I ain't that proven yet. My family don't lean on me like they lean on grandma yet. You feel me? So I can't, like that's just crazy because I think I got a little bit more education than my grandmother that I can dismiss, you know what I mean? Everything. Nah, yo, I ain't that arrogant yet. You feel me? Like me being an atheist, it hasn't made me that arrogant yet. I don't look at everybody with a religion or religious belief as stupid yet. I haven't reached that, you know what I mean? I haven't reached that level yet. So go ahead. I'm done.
Well, I'll go ahead and piggyback because I agree with that sentiment. Because when I think about it, when I think about, I always ask myself one question: is this really that important? Like both my grandmothers have since passed away, but where I'm at in life as far as my thoughts on theology and things like that, it's not that important in the long run. If Jesus made Granny happy, then go Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Hallelujah. All that shit. And so to me, I wouldn't go out of my way to try to correct. Well, there's no evidence that Jesus ever existed, and this and that. I wouldn't have that conversation with grandma. I wouldn't have that conversation with her. It's just not that important. And honestly, at the age that most of us are, our grandmothers are closer to death than anything else. And so it's like, is it really that important in the long run? If she loved it, if she liked it, I love it. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't ever touch that. I wouldn't ever have that conversation with her because in the long run, I just don't think it's that important to do.
Well, I'll say this and give my piece on it. Me personally, I'm the type of brother I would have that conversation with my grandmother. It wouldn't be something to where every time I see her, I gotta beat it down like grandma. This shit fake, right? Like, no, it wouldn't be something like that. It'd be a bit more delicate because of the conversations that we would be having. It would probably be more focused on me and why I don't believe. It wouldn't be more focused on why she does believe, because I'm sure that my grandmother, knowing my grandmother, she would be a bit inquisitive in trying to figure out why I don't believe anymore. Since I was raised up in this from a very, very small child, what I'm saying, up until adult age. So I would try to bring this to my grandmother at least a few times. And I would tell her that, in a roundabout way, that the shit was fake and that it was bullshit. And truth be told, my grandmother didn't tell me every time I left, her house, like she loves me and all this other shit. It was kind of like okay, baby, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you next time. But truth be told, I wish my grandmother told me, oh, I love you every single time that I left. Or every time she seen me, she was enamored to see me. But that wasn't the case. So if I can show her, and give her reasons that I believe that there is no heaven, there is no hell, I'm never gonna see you again. Those feelings that I may hurt in those later years, that shit it ends when she dies. So I feel like I would not be doing my part by telling her what time it is. Because if I tell her what time it is, and I hate to be long-winded, I'm gonna try to end it with this. If I tell her what time it is, maybe she will tell me every single time she sees me and every single time I leave that she loves me and that she hates to see me leave. The same way that I do with my brothers, my sisters, my daughters. I drop my daughter off to school and I say this type of thing because we have school shooters and all this type of shit that's going on right now. So that's what I got to say. Peace.
Listen, like I said, my grandma's passed, and if she was around, I wouldn't even broach that conversation with her. One, because I left church when I was 11, but and my grandma raised me, and I told her at 11 like, yo, this ain't for me. And I was 13, 14, banging with them about scriptures and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? She let me go my own way. You know what I'm saying? So and like I said, my family full of religious folks. So I wouldn't even, it's nothing. Like our relationship is solid. They do what they do. You know what I'm saying? That when I come in town, they respect my decision I make. And I respect the decision they make. So with a cousin of my grandma, like I wouldn't change a thing, because like I said, I mean, like Shepard said, I mean, like shit, I mean, like old boy said, if she love it, I love it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever makes her feel good. I'm not finna take anything away from her that would make her feel good.
Yeah.
My grandmother always said, the truth will set you free. So I think she would be proud to know that I'm standing on truth and not something that's made up. Even though she was a religious person, she believed in truth above all. So I think she would be proud to know that I'm fighting for truth. And so, yes, we should honor our elders and we should honor those who came before us. This is true, but that doesn't mean we have to follow something that is unproductive. We have to do better than our past and look to the future to move forward. We can't do that if we're stuck in a concept that is not being productive for our people. And so I think our elders, if they knew what we know today, would be very proud of all of us, that we're fighting for truth and to move our people forward.
Yeah, so there are layers to an onion, and I don't think religion is the first layer that we got to peel off. I think at some point we got to get to it, but I don't think it's that in 2020. I don't think it's that much of a hindrance, for us. So I believe we're gonna get to it eventually. I think there's more important things that we got to peel off first. But
like what?
Crime, education, stuff like that. But financial literacy, the things that affect you directly right now, like religion does not. But being employed, that's what's sending our youth to crime right now. And the negative influences, I believe that's more impactful because it is. You just listen to how they talk. But
without that, I think probably is probably one of the number one things we probably need to work on.
Now, look, hold on, wait. Let me get my grandma's spill. Thing off.
Yeah, let me get my grandma's spill.
Thing.
Oh, that was your grandma's spill? Okay, I didn't know that.
So now one of the brothers said, "Grandma be saying this." So I'm cool with anybody religious ideology. I don't care unless you impose it in my space. So now if my grandma doing this to me, hey baby, I'm trying to get you to church. Now I'm ignoring and smile, but if she's and I ignore it. But if she's dead serious, all right, then we're gonna have that conversation very politely. But we definitely are gonna have that conversation, Grandma. But I'm gonna ask her about real life, like slavery. I'm like, Grandma, okay, where was Jesus or God during the transatlantic slave trade? Like, I really want to know what.
She was on that boat with you, nigga.
You dig? I really want to know what Grandma gonna say with that. Then I'm gonna say, Grandma, at some point, what's the point of an intervening God if he never intervenes?
And she gonna say, when you was walking and you saw two footsteps, that wasn't you walking, that was Lord carrying you.
That was when he was carrying you. Won't he do it?
Yes, he will.
All right, so now we can talk about
Jesus,
the onion.
take the wheel.
So now we can talk about the layers on the onion. Like, I don't think it's religion, but some of us, I think I am so sorry. So we could just build on that now, get a cipher going with that. Like, when it comes to layers of the onion, like, what do you guys think is the first layer that should be peeled off immediately?
The first layer is single parent homes, period. That's the first layer.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I go financial literacy.
Because I can everybody I grew up with, there was only one nigga that had his father, and that nigga was in and out of jail. Of like the 10 niggas I was around, like real shit. I'm interested to know other people's stories. because in my neighborhood,
Yeah.
niggas ain't had their fathers, and what we see is a direct fucking connection. And a lot of times, if your father was a dope boy or a jailbird, you end up being the same kind of way. So that's why women, black women, get mad at me about that shit. Certain super pro black niggas get mad at me when I say this, but I think this is the direct fucking connection. It's a direct connection. But go ahead, y'all.
I believe it's got to be the lack of self-knowledge. I think that's got to be the first layer pulled off and put in this place of minds that's full of who we are and where we come from. That's the foundation. Then we can build on from there.
I think it's a lack of scientific literacy. You know what I'm saying? We don't take nature serious. We don't even want to learn. We don't want to sit down and look at something for a minute, take notes on it, and come back again, look at it again, take more notes. We don't want to do that. But at the same time, I think poverty is the thing that's affecting that, because we don't have the time nor the means to sit around and read books. You know what I'm saying? We got to worry about paying the bills. We got to worry about going to the second job and this and that and the other. So I think poverty and the economic and scientific literacy should be some of the first layers. You know what I mean? I can't really narrow it down to one thing.
When you say poverty, how did we get to this poverty?
Hold on, there's a cipher here. There's a cipher.
Let it go.
Yeah, that's cipher, man.
Well, see, miseducation always is the first thing to lead to poverty. You know what I'm saying? Because no matter if you educated, no matter your circumstances, you can find a way to make means for your future generations, to have something to pass down to your kids. You know what I'm saying? That's where religion comes in too, at where black people don't have nothing to pass down to their kids, because things don't matter in this life. This is only a intermission to religious people. You know what I'm saying? And the real life is the afterlife. That's where religion is hindering us. You know what I'm saying? And because Black people don't leave nothing behind. I'm the first person in my family that's gonna be leaving something significant behind. You know what I'm saying? I got a $500,000 life insurance, me and my wife both. You know what I'm saying? And we the first people in both of our families to even consider, you know what I'm saying, life insurance, because we think about what our kids is, you know, how our kids is gonna do once we leave the earth. You know what I'm saying? I'm not thinking that I'm gonna see my kids on when they come through the pearly gates. I know I ain't gonna never see them again once I leave this earth.
Yeah.
So I gotta leave something behind.
But see, if I can play devil's advocate real quick.
Cipher Q. Let everybody get a chance to rock out before we devil's advocate coming in.
Hey, Chef.
Chef, what's good?
What was the question?
Out of all the layers,
what you gonna peel off on that onion?
Oh, now, yeah, I seen everybody took a stab at it. It's, I think y'all all right. You know what I mean? I think y'all all right.
But what's the first layer?
Let me get to it. I think everybody point is valid, right? But on a ball, on a circle, you know what I mean? Any part that you peel is the same. You feel me? So we just gotta agree to do one thing and do it. You feel me? We gotta take an issue and address that issue, then move on to the next issue and address that issue. So whatever y'all choose, whatever Black people can come to an agreement, right, to do one thing in unison, you feel me? We need to do that thing. If it's trying to wipe out our poverty, if it's trying to attack our education, you feel me? If it's to address our religious mind, if it's you know what I mean? If it's single parent households, you dig what I'm saying? I think all of those are equally crucial in the development of a community, of a strong community. So I think if we start at one thing, you know, we could start getting this thing under control.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with single parent, you know, first and foremost, you know, just for myself. I just started reading about science as 40. You dig? That's a problem. And I found my dad. I found that he was good in basketball. I started playing basketball after high school.
You trash, bro. I seen you.
I found that my dad was a good bowler. Guess what? I started bowling in the 30s. I bowled a couple 300s too. But like, so I tapped into my abilities way late in my life. Like, where would I be had I was able to tap in these abilities, you know, 12, 8, 15, you know, years old. So that definitely set me back like 30 years. And so I just in a nutshell, I think that, and plus, so now that made me resent and be angry looking back at my mom and dad. My dad passed. I'm like, damn, Dad, where the hell would I be at right now if you would have been guidance, you know? So that kind of make you have resentment, little anger sometimes. But yeah, but that's it.
Yeah, let me go. I think
go ahead,
good. Yeah, I said like I see. I'm gonna go with financial literacy, because it's like, you know, you can't get. It's hard to get folks to read when they got to worry about food, clothing, and shelter. Mm-hmm. It's like they ain't trying to hear no pro-black read. I ain't got time to sit down and read. Boy, what are you talking about? I got to get up some. You see what I'm saying? And then, you know, and then with a single parent household, there's a lot of issues that come with that, because, you know, you talk about two people in love and falling out of love. But if they fall out of love and they financially good, then they can be a part of child life. You don't got the baby mama like, if you ain't give me no money, my child support ain't paid, you ain't seen your son. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I choose a financial literacy, man. I think that helps the collective, that helps our community, and it helps our household.
Yeah, and I thought I heard somebody say financial literacy, but yeah, I agree 100% with Sosa. But I view it kind of differently, as in, I believe the source of our financial constraints come from, a lot of times it comes from that father not being in the household, or it not being a two income household to take care of the family, since the single parent has to go off and work all the time. They don't have time to instill a lot of things in their children. And so I do think it starts at the family unit, as in having that mom, that father, the family unit in the household. And the most important component of that is the financial aspect, because in society, period, financial prowess will open doors to education, to health, to, you know, to real estate, to just so many facets of life. So I would agree is that financial component, but it starts at the family household. That's what I would say.
Well, since that's been said, everybody done said everything, right?
Yeah.
And it all comes back to the family unit. And no matter if you're talking about scientific literacy, financial literacy, you stand a better chance, and the studies all show it. You fare a better chance when you have two parents versus one. And I'm saying this as a single father. My daughter's 7 years old. I've raised her since she was 10 months old. I see my limitations and my capabilities of what I'm able to do versus if I was in a different situation. And not only that, I grew up in a single parent household with 5 other brothers and sisters. So I see this shit. I'm not only a product of it, I see it. So when we talk about any of these random things, financial literacy, well, guess what? If I had a mother and father in the home they would have less stress when it comes to bills and things of that nature. They would be able to hone in, like my brother said, on his basketball or sports capabilities, and not only hone in on those capabilities, but also steer him in the proper way to go. Now, if he fucks up and make bad decisions after that, he also has something to fall back on instead of trying to figure it out. Where then you're just compiling bad decision on top of bad decision. But if you make a bad decision and you come from a two-parent household, you got something to fall back on. So what we see right now in the Black community is 80% of our children are being brought up in single parent household, and about 75% of those households are women. That's not a good look. I remember coming up, I rebelled very early. 13 years old, I'm rebelling. I'm like, nah, I'm good. But if I had a father there, he would have been able to at least slow that rebellion down a few years. Whereas the female, she really can't control that, especially when you're talking about multiple kids being introduced into the situation. So go ahead, what you guys think on that?
I totally agree with you, brother. I can see the difference, because my kids have both of their parents. You know what I'm saying? Me and my wife, we married. I grew up in a single parent household. My mom wasn't in the household. She was a drug addict. So my dad was left to raise me and my sister. You know what I'm saying? I seen the limitations. You know what I'm saying? I got into a lot of stuff that I wouldn't necessarily got into if I had a parent at home, because my dad he get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and he gone till 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So I don't even see him until after 6 o'clock. So it's no holds barred until then. You know what I'm saying? So, and then I look at my family and I see how my son do. My son don't even think about the type of things that I was thinking about when I was his age. You know what I'm saying? My
he
son
can't
thinking
act
about
a straight up donkey whenever he want to.
Yeah. But see, he got a mind, he much more responsible. He don't get in no trouble. I ain't never even had to discipline my son really before. You know what I'm saying? Because he already know what's expected of him. You know what I'm saying? He knows that his mom is gonna be disappointed if he don't do what I told, if he don't do what I said do. You know what I'm saying? He don't want his mom to be disappointed. He can't he don't have the leeway that I had, to where things go uncorrected. You know what I'm saying? For a period of time, My dad, even though he get home at 6 o'clock, he tired the motherfucker. He gonna smoke him a joint, eat him some food, and go straight to sleep because he got to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning again. You know what I'm saying? So he ain't got time to go to the PTA meetings and none of that. But I look at my life and I look at my 3 kids. They live in a totally different life. Their issues, their day-to-day issues are totally different from my day-to-day issues and what they was. You know what I'm saying? My daughter is 10 times smarter than I was. She's a 4-year-old. She probably smarter than I was when I was 10. You know what I'm saying? And that is like my brother said, the single parent household is, I think, you know what I'm saying, that's one of the ways that we keep holding ourselves back. So, we do need to work on that, man. We need to start, get married. We need to, and some of the propaganda out there. You know what I'm saying? We talk about hoes and how many hoes we got, this, that, and the other, and women is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of beautiful women out there. You know what I mean? But you only need one. You know what I'm saying? We can only handle one, so we need to start promoting things, making things cool again. You know what I'm saying? Making get married cool again. I don't know where that fell off at, where committing to a woman is phony now. You know what I'm saying?
If I could interject this last thing before the next brother goes, if I could interject this last thing, because you said something so important. When you have a father there that's in the household, he's not doing that shit around his daughter. And neither will he raise his son up that way to where, smashing females is something that's cool and he's out and trying to smash all these women. And that's just not what it's about. when you're trying to raise up somebody else. But once that father is not in the household, I'm not saying that a lot of women further this trope either, but what I am saying is that you're leaving it up to the streets a lot of times, because if you have a father in the household and then the child comes home and says, and you're starting to see their mannerisms, and you're like, no, this ain't cool, and you're able to stop that. Especially when you have a two-parent household, because if one works overnight or one works during the day, you're able to stop that, versus if you only have one, it's too difficult.
Yeah.
I came into a single parent home. My mother went to UCLA and she was a stickler for education. I didn't catch up with my father until my late teens, and then got into gangster shit. Before that, I was a straight up prep. Once I got with my dad, got into straight up gangster lifestyle. And so my father was a big time basketball player in Oakland. He had a promising career, but he chose the gangster life over further in that talents in going on into NBA, which he had plenty of abilities to do so. So I learned the game from him. So it's not always that, they protect you from that kind of stuff. Sometimes your parents can pull you into it. I had a parent that pulled me into education and self-knowledge. And I had another parent that pulled me into the street life. So it could go both ways.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If they was together though, what do you think? Do you think they would have balanced out a little bit more if they was together?
Well, he left when I was 4, so I don't think that he had what it takes to be a family man. I think he always wanted to be street. So
no, but what he's asking is if they were in a loving relationship and they were together, do you think it would have been better? Is what he's asking.
Well, I don't think so, because I don't think the relationship was going to last no matter what's due to the differences in their personalities.
Dad just wasn't that type of dude to
exactly. I don't think he would ever been that type of guy that would have settled down and I mean he lived that lifestyle all the way to the day he died. And he died in his late 70s. So he still was living that type of lifestyle all the way to the end.
And the thing about it too, when you look at single household, it's complicated because, man, it got to be the right fit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You got to be able to withstand a storm and shoot. And a lot of couples break up because their finances ain't right. They arguing over bills. You know, the woman feel like he can't even provide enough, or the man doing everything. You're like, man, baby, get a job. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's a lot of catch-22 with the single household.
That street life look is very tempting. I mean, my father had a job at Boeing. He was working a good job.
That's a good job, bro.
But it was the streets was calling. That Canadian going up to Canada and doing that pimping and robbing banks, that all that stuff was calling. And so, the dope game, all that was calling. And he had no problem bringing his son into that.
Wow.
So
I seen a lot of dysfunctional 2-parent households too. Like everybody in my neighborhood, a lot of people had 2-parent households in my neighborhood. I was one of the few that didn't. I saw a lot of domestic violence though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's, you know what I mean? What do y'all feel about that? You know what I mean? When it's a dysfunction, you got both of your parents, but they dysfunctional. You know what I mean? Do you think it's better to have 2 dysfunctional parents or 1 parent house?
Well, that's just like Sosa said. The reason why they're arguing like that a lot of times is because of the finances. Like that's really how a lot of that shit where it stems from. Like Sosa just said.
When you put hands on her though, like
the abusive thing is I that's kind of crazy. But on average, the average 2-family household in Black community, Black society, do you think like what's the percentage of like it being abusive?
I don't even know that percentage.
I'm sure it's a high rate of because of the poverty level. I'm sure it's a high rate of domestic violence, and you know what I'm saying in the Black household.
But what is high? what is that, like 30%, 15%, 2%?
Yeah, I think it's around.
Let's think
I
about it,
think
maybe
it's 40.
We might have to do some research on that.
Yeah, we
I
gotta do
don't
it.
wanna get off
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
weeds on
They
that.
know
Jump out the window.
But
70%, nigga.
Yeah.
but we know in the end, if it's not,
You know,
what happens, everything is not necessarily reported. So
Yeah, but look,
Right.
but I
Yeah.
was trying to make a greater point like this, because if you're comparing single parent to two family dysfunctional, well, as the brother said, like and most of my friends, including myself, single parent. Like I don't know too many, but I do know a friend who had two parents and they were getting crazy, but that's one out of, like, let's say 10 of us.
Yeah, that's
The
same with
odds is
me.
Yeah,
better when it's two.
but that
The odds is better.
that you
Yeah.
know
Well,
that.
I'm
Yeah,
so
yeah.
look.
You know, that you're
Well,
aware of. It's
what I
hard to
did
really-
was I gave a study. I'm saying, like, out of 11 boys, out of that 10 had single parent and one had two parent, right?
How's the dude that had two parents? How's he doing today in life?
Well, see,
Well-
hold on. When you're talking about domestic violence, what you also have to add into that is that I've seen personally, my stepfather stab my mother. You know what I'm saying? Like right in front of me on some shit in her arm, like blood everywhere. So it's not only like when we're talking about married couples that have domestic violence, it's a lot of these boyfriends and these niggas that's coming around that's touching on the little girls and all this other type of shit.
Yeah.
So you can't confine it to, well, two-parent household versus a single parent, because a single parent, she got these niggas coming in and out, and these niggas is
Yeah.
doing wild,
Yeah.
foul shit.
But
Yeah.
look,
Real shit.
wait, when you do a study, like, you have to bring it, like, you have to do a comparison. So you,
Yeah,
at some
yeah.
point you have to, you got to look at all of it. You got to look at all of it, but you have to do it. You can't just not have the numbers, because you have nothing to look at and compare it to. So you got to do the studies. You just got to do different studies.
Yeah, like two-parent household, you would have to break it down like two-parent household, both biological, two-parent
Right.
household, one biological, one
Yep.
stepfather, stepmother.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure there are differences. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But,
two-parent
Oh
home.
yeah, I'm sure it's
abusive.
different.
But at the very least, that child will have somebody home. You know, as for myself, my mom had 2 jobs. So who was watching us?
Yeah,
You-
same
Right.
thing.
The
Like I said-
oldest, whoever the oldest was watching everybody else.
Yeah, but he's with his friends. So now I'm out there, 12 years old, could do whatever I want.
Yeah, me, I hung with my older brothers. I trailed around them wherever they went. You know what I'm saying? But I know everything is different, and that's why it's so difficult to really get a gauge on it, is because of the different things that are going on. You know what I'm saying? When you talk about a study, only thing you could really compare to me, and maybe you guys can say something that could change my mind, but the only thing you could really compare is who fares best, the 2-parent home or the 1-parent home.
Right.
Because there's so many things that go on in a 1-parent home that you just cannot you cannot what's the word I'm looking for, that you can't bring into the equation. Like there's so many different things.
Yeah.
So you would have to say who fares better, because there's a lot of things that happen in a single parent household that doesn't happen in a dual parent. There's things that happen in a dual parent that doesn't happen in a single.
Yeah.
So the only way you can really do it is dual parent versus single.
But
Now,
I
the
would
ones
say that
that fare better is the ones
Well,
that create
well,
a
I'll say-
foundation.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
was-
ones that fare better.
I'll throw this statistic out. So the children of single parents, they say, are more likely to witness domestic violence.
Okay.
So
That's about right.
So when you throw in the
Wow, that's crazy.
Well, I
when you
guess
throw
so,
in the-
because there's 2 people there. If it's one person, you ain't gonna witness anything.
Well, no, because it's the moms,
No,
and these motherfuckers.
it says the kids of single parents.
Yeah, and because they're bringing these niggas around who ain't shit. And they're picking the wrong niggas.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
So the mom only kicks him out once she put his hands on her. You know what I'm saying? Then she kicks the nigga out. So
Right.
If she
they're
kicks
gonna
him out.
witness it more. versus
but
a
I
nigga
see.
who's dead, married her, and he got kids with her and all this other shit. He's less reluctant to do that.
But listen, I say, of course, two is better than one. You know what I'm saying? But I think more importantly, because like I said, you know, love factors and people fall out, is that no matter if you fall out, the father needs to be instrumental in that child's life.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Like, I think as long as they maintain that type of standard, the child feels better. You know what I mean? The child should feel better. I'm just saying, like you, like I'm just
I
talking
feel
about
what
as
you're
far.
saying, but I disagree.
Listen, I'm just
bro.
saying, like I'm just
It's
talking about as
also what
far
you
as.
bring into that. It's also what you bring into that child's life.
Yeah, I was talking about as far as love go, because I'm saying, like, I mean, yes, I would wish my mother would have stayed with my father, but they had me when they was young. My mother had me when she was 15, 16 years old. See what I'm saying? So
okay, hold on. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that, let's say me and a girl get together, we have a kid, but we should try to like both like I should still come around and try to be in the kid's life. Is that what you're saying?
I said if you have a child and y'all together and it don't work out and y'all separate, like it's still like you should still be in a child's life. Like I hate when I see niggas who done just walked away from their seed.
I think that's still. I consider that a 2-parent household. Like when the father is still instrumental in the child's life.
Okay, then I accept it.
But
like
that's
that.
not realistic though.
But see, Q was talking about nigga, mommy and daddy, mwah, mwah, mwah.
No. I could take your same scenario. Like I'm telling you, bro, I'm a single father. I've been in the same shit.
I'm not a single father, but I'm
telling you. Listen, my word is not like that covers everything, but I can only give you my experience. Like what happens in these situations is like whether it's on the male side, he may not like the nigga or whatever, and shit happens, he don't want to come around, or he just bum and dusty, or when it comes on the female side and the male has full custody, she feels a certain type of way, she like fuck it, whatever. Like it doesn't work like that. Like yeah, niggas do come around and see their seeds or whatever, but that's not their ultimate goal, is to see their seed be the best that they can be. That's just real shit.
But I'm just saying.
But I'm talking about not just seeing they see, but being instrumental in their life.
But that's not realistic, is what I'm telling you. That shit is not
realistic
real.
because I'm saying it's like I'm living it. That it's real to me because I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, but you're one person, and I'm telling you.
I mean, I ain't the only, bro. I'm
not saying you're the only one.
I'm seeing that more these days. I'm seeing that more these days.
What do you mean by that? When you say it's not realistic, we see the enemy doing it every day. They raise their kids. They teach their kids early their self knowledge. They raise their kids. This is the kind of kids that Bias was talking about that wanted to be a doctor and a banker.
Right.
But this is what I mean.
These concepts are put into their head at an early age.
Yeah.
This is what I mean when I say it's not realistic. Because number one, like I just told you, it's 10 of us niggas, whatever, and it's only one nigga with a mother and a father in the home. You know what I see with the same niggas that grew up? I see the same shit. Now you know what I do see that's different is that these niggas, they do come see their children more. But guess what? These niggas got 2 and 3 different baby mamas to where they cannot be as instrumental as they can be. And a lot of times what I see is that these niggas, they like, okay, I'm just gonna see my kid here, see my kid there, see my kid there. And it's not something to where these niggas are really instrumental in their lives. They're seeing them, yes, but are they instrumental in what their children are doing? Are they there every day? And the reason why I say no is because they can't be there. They got 3 different kids by 2 or 3 different baby moms. They cannot be there, and any single woman would tell you that shit. Listen. I have a daughter by a woman who has other kids with another dude. I'm telling you, she cannot be instrumental in my child's life for the simple fact, you know, I'm not gonna get too deep, but I'm just trying to tell you, she got other kids. So she's, you know what I'm saying, kind of spread a little thin. That's just what it is.
Well, there are 3 scientists that we wasn't taught as a people in this country. One of them is the science of economics, then the science of warfare, and the science of reproduction.
Yeah.
So we're at a loss and we're behind when it comes to these things. You're absolutely right. What is the solution to that? We understand that that's an issue, So what is the solution? And then when we look into other cultures, we see a strong foundation being taught to their children at an early age.
The solution is getting your ass sewed up or getting vasectomies, period. It may sound crazy, but that's really the solution.
That's oversimplifying because listen, you can easily, look at that from the female perspective. A female could easily have 2 baby daddies. That's nothing. That's just, she can be in love, 10-year relationship, had a child, 10 years go by, fell out, meet another guy she fell in love with, same thing happened, fell out. It's easy to get 2 baby daddies. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's like from a female perspective, that's not that you know what I mean? That's not like something hard to come by. But I think like it's like
so what's the solution then, bro? You telling us how easy it is. Tell us the solution.
I think this, like I said, I think the solution is, financial literacy. Financial literacy, educating ourselves on like a lot of us don't even have relationship counseling.
Yeah, but financial literacy is not gonna make me love this motherfucker if I hate him and he's a drunkard and he beats on a woman. That's not gonna make you love the person.
You might not love him, but you can go to college and make something of yourself, bro, and be able to do better for your children. And have
I think if you financially literate, I think it's less of a chance of you being angry and becoming, doing the domestic violence and becoming an alcoholic and things like that.
Yeah, like yo, this dude ain't good for my business. Like yo, you ain't got nothing to offer. You know what I'm saying? And you aggressive, like you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot that go with it. There's a lot that go with it. It ain't an easy I don't think it's an easy solution.
So what about these millionaires who still beat on their wives? Like, what about them?
Like I'm saying too, there's multi-layers, and it's always going to be outlier. I don't think it's not a one cure-all. You know what I'm saying?
There's going to be an anomaly. You know what I mean?
I don't think one thing's going to cure it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you. That's a good solution, bro. I'm not against it.
Love can be, love can be fickle, man. You know how it is.
No, love is bullshit, nigga.
Love can be fickle, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Love is tough, man.
Man. Tough. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you gonna do this to me as much as I've been there for you. You know what I'm saying? Come on,
people
I get.
Think you don't have to maintain love. People don't think love don't need maintenance. You know what I'm saying? Just like your house. You gotta maintenance your house. You know what I'm saying? You gotta maintenance your car. You know what I'm saying? When you're in a relationship, when you in love, if you're truly in love, you gotta maintain that love. You know what I'm saying? And that's hard work. Most people don't want to do that kind of hard work.
Yeah, but your house don't tell you to get off the couch and take out the dog. Just play it.
It will. If that furnace break down, I can guarantee you, your ass got to get up off that goddamn couch, bro. You know what I'm saying? If the roof starts leaking,
I feel you.
Get up off that couch.
Yeah, I feel you. Now, you guys are right about that. I agree mostly. I do agree mostly with that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, man, I'm about to bounce, man. I gotta wake up early, so appreciate Unbiased for having me on the stream, man. Bunch of great guys, man. I appreciate, man. It's some good shit. You know what I'm saying? Brothers are talking.
Yeah, Unbiased got the SVDL interview coming up, Q.
Oh yeah, I thought it was supposed to be this week. What happened, bro?
They setting it up.
Hey, you got to be ready for that one, bro. It's gonna be a lot of
niggas is ignorant, bro.
What you doing, Unbiased?
Solomon got a debate league called SVDL, man. So we'll be over there chopping it up.
Yeah, that shit is ignorant. Ignorant
talk about the deeply religious, man.
Hey, Unbiased. I wonder if Unbiased seen that new virus that's coming over.
Peace, y'all. Hey, y'all have a good night, man. I'm Ghost, man. Peace.
All right,
peace.
Hotel.
Which new virus?
It's a new virus came from China. It's called the just 1 second, bro. 1 second. I saw it earlier. It's called the coronavirus virus.
Where's it at?
It's in China. It's a new rare virus that it originally broke out in China, and it's been spreading. So now it's just finally reached the U.S. This has only been going on for maybe like a month or two. You know what I'm saying?
What's it called now? Look it up again. What's it?
The coronavirus. I'm gonna spell it for you. Just 1 second.
Is it I see it.
CORONA virus.
Yeah, it's zoonotic. Yeah, that's most of. Yeah, I see it. Coronavirus causes disease in mammals and birds that includes diarrhea and cows. Upper. Yeah.
Yep. I wondered if Bias he ain't there right now. He MIA right now, but I wondered if he was up on that.
Like they said, man, like it's the virus is a guarantee, bro. It's not like I said, it ain't a matter of if the pandemic's gonna hit, bro.
Oh, no doubt.
Like it's gonna hit.
I'm buying sleep on us again.
You know how you do. I know it's getting late for him. He's 150. He normally tap out, but right around this time. Right around this time. Yeah, but that's a good build though, man. I like the we'll keep at it, man. Build a channel.
Yeah, we gotta do some regular shows, man. I appreciate what was the brother that just left? He had a good conversation.
Q, outside Q.
Yeah, Q. He had a good conversation. Yeah. Sosa, you know what I'm saying? You knowledgeable about a lot of things. The other brother, I think he left already too.
Chef.
Yeah, he had a good conversation. So everybody, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate it.
It was good building with y'all, bro. Y'all was on point tonight. It was real good building with y'all. I'm gonna say peace out to y'all too.
All right, Bloodline, hold it down, bro.
One love, folks. I'll see y'all next time.
Yeah, peace.
And peace. Like I said, I gotta get Unbiased phone number. So next one is trying to end the show. You got to call that guy. Be like, yo.
Yeah, I don't even got his number or his email.
I know. I gotta send him my number on Facebook, man. So we can link up. Hey, but good building with you, fam. Hey, I heard you going with the Dagger Squad, man. With that conversation with the pastor.
Yeah.
Oh man, I wanted to jump in, but when Unc finally came through, I was like, man, I gotta jump in and help them because they got their tag teaming them on some straight suit on this, man.
Yeah, they was going in on me a little bit, but I was holding it down.
You holding all the way down. You know what I'm saying? Dude was like the Gucci and people they said he had. I was like, come on, dude, with the monkey. They said he had. They looked like. I was like, but see, that's that mind I'm talking about, bro. When somebody can read something like that, and in their mind, they really believe that. Like, no, they said they look like monkeys, bro. Like, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, that's nuts, man. That was nuts, man. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You see how your beliefs play out in your everyday life. You know what I'm saying? Like some of them things, like I'll be embarrassed to say like some of the stuff that they said today on the phone. You know what I'm saying? But they say it with no shame. You know what I'm saying? Because of their belief.
It's fanatics though. Some of the guys are fanatics. I be wanting to show them sometimes, like, they're Catholic priests that are scientists. Like they need to see the other side. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to see these scholars who understand that these things aren't literal. And they're scholars and they're deeply entrenched in their faith. But they understand, like, no, Jonah wasn't in the belly of a whale, family. Like,
yeah. Hey, but they don't understand. See, like the stuff, the things that they talk about, like today, with basically what Pastor Bennett and them was talking about was called the Kalam cosmological argument. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And see, these arguments already got names because they already done been debunked 150 years ago.
Over and over again.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And see, they don't even understand that they using if I told them the Kalam cosmological argument, they have never heard of that. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But they using it. You know what I mean? So it's just, man, I don't know, man. Our community, man, we 150 years behind. Like I said, white people have been done with religion 150 years ago. And we still holding on to it.
And we picking up, and they picking up the white folks that the other white folks are kicked out the community. They picking up their information and running with it. Like this is like, man, come on.
The people that have been shunned out of the community, they running with their information, man.
But just like it was hard to get dude to understand, like that's when y'all finally had to say, you know what, name it what you want to name it, because he couldn't separate ape from gorilla. He couldn't understand that the ape is separate from the gorilla. Like I'm human, that's the gorilla. We are classified as apes, but he cannot separate the ape from the gorilla. I ain't no ape.
Yeah.
So it's
they
like I was
with words, man. They uncomfortable with words, man.
Certain words trigger him, because what he said, something beast. Did he say I just read beast?
I don't understand how in one breath you say, okay, yeah, I am a mammal, but then say, no, hell no, I ain't no animal. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, you can't do that. That's illegal, man.
I know. I'm a mammal, but I ain't no goddamn primate, though. Just believe no primate.
That's a foul, man. Referee got to blow the whistle on you, dude. That's not right.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious, man. I was sitting there listening. I was like, that shit hilarious.
Yeah, but man.
But think about it with them, though. I be trying to tell them, like, listen, if you at this point, you're trying to go against something, but you still have all these questions, you shouldn't be going against it because you're still asking questions, bro. You gotta learn it first.
I gave him a book. I gave him the book, right? The best book to read on the topic was The Blind Watchmaker, right?
Yeah, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, and they'll never read that book. What they gonna do is they're gonna go get clips, because I already heard Pastor Bennett said, oh, I seen the clip of him in the video and he said such and such. So they're gonna go get a clip of him taking his words out of context. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like, dude, why you do that? Why don't you just read his work? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, they don't know how, they don't got no proper research. It's like, dude was like, type in Gudeian monkey face. I'm like, bro, type in Gudeian monkey face and it's gonna deliver what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not how you do research, man.
That's what I was saying. I said I could type my name in monkey face. I mean, they can give me what I want, you know?
Yeah.
This is Google today.
That pose is tripping, man. That pose is tripping.
But that's what I'm saying, man. Our beliefs play out in everyday life, man. That's holding us back, man. You know what I mean? That's why I was disagreeing with Sheffreen, man. You know, if grandma wrong, bro. You know what I'm saying? I can't.
Hey, listen, grandma wrong, but we can't goddamn pull grandma to the side of the room and start chastising.
No. I didn't want to debate grandma, but I don't want my daughter to learn everything from grandma. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, 100%. Like, you know, with my daughter now, like I'm already breaking her up in the knowledge. Like, listen, you know what I'm saying? So when she counteract that, she know what it is when she hear it. To just let that go in one ear and out the other. Like, listen, you go over grandma's house. You know, grandma watch a lot of gospel channels. She gonna tell you about Jesus, but listen, you don't do that in daddy house. There ain't no such thing as Jesus, Santa Claus, none of that. But don't argue with grandma, no. Just say yes, grandma. Yes, grandma. Right. Yes, grandma. You know.
Yeah. See, that's me. I don't debate grandma. You know what I'm saying? I just, I limit the things that she teaches my kids. You know what I'm saying? Because she don't know everything, and I don't want to have to get my kids in the mindset. I don't let her take them to church. She want to take them to church, but I don't let her. You know what I'm saying? And then that's not being disrespectful. I don't think. I think these is my kids and that's my choice. You know what I'm saying? She did what she wanted to do with her kids. She had her choice. Now it's my turn, and I'm gonna do my thing. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I ain't trying to disrespect grandma.
My family's a little different. Like they own churches, but we go. But when we go, like if they ask me sometime to come, like sometimes I go to my family there. Because everything they saying don't faze me. You know what I'm saying? Like I got the shield on, so I'm not finna just catch the Holy Ghost. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I go there to support because my mom. I might go there to show up because my auntie she preach. You know what I'm saying? And they do what they do, but at the end of the day, they respect how I do it, and they don't put it on my daughter. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what I'm losing out though, not going to church though, and I miss Man, it's this sister named Sister Odell, man. She the organ player. This lady, she can play the hell out of that goddamn organ, man. And I'm missing out on that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I don't know, man. I think it's just worth missing it. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to have to put my kids through that. You know what I'm saying? They have to be behind and, you know, have to unlearn something. You know what I'm saying? I just want them to be able to move forward, you know, because I had to unlearn that, you know, and it took a while. I was in a place where I was in denial and my cognitive dissonance was kicking in so bad, you know what I'm saying? Like when people show me, you know, reality, even though they put it in my face, I'm still denying it. You know what I'm saying? That's cognitive dissonance, you know what I mean? So I don't need my kids to be in that place. If somebody show you something and it's real, you need to change your mind. You know what I'm saying?
I don't like my thing is I don't like my thing with it is like this. It's like everybody, like, you know, some people can quit smoking cold turkey.
Mm-hmm.
And then some people got to be weaned off it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And we got to understand who we got to wean off it and who we can snatch out cold turkey. You can't just go try to snatch everybody out cold turkey because they're gonna fight you. And you ain't gonna be able to get none across. Like with some of my friends, bro, I had to ease them into the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you don't believe in God? Like, no, that ain't my thing, bro. Like, you know, you got your little thing, you do what you do. And they can't help it when they come around. So what do you think about, you see what I'm saying? And I know, okay, I got them. Now they'll listen to me. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't beat their brains in, though. If I beat their brains in, they know they put their guards up and then we would have been fighting and they would have never heard.
I see you. Now they ask questions, you know, they like, so where did this come from? Or how did this, you know what I'm saying? And then you able to really get into them now. You know
what I'm saying? Because they always would be like, well, what about your morals? Like, how you gonna, I'm saying, man, just because I don't believe in God, I mean, I'm finna be out here just running around just stabbing people, bro. I was like, you know wrong from right. And you know what I'm saying? But you know, in their minds, they didn't even think of it that far. They're thinking like, if you don't believe in God, like you ain't got no rules. I'm like, bro, I got rules. I don't want to go to jail for life.
Right.
Like I've lost people before. I know how much that hurts. So I don't want to put it through somebody else. And then when they hear it, they're like, you know what, that do make sense.
and here, you know, where I'm from, like I'm from Indiana, it's the Midwest, man. You know what I mean? It's kind of slow. Motherfuckers, if you think if they hear you don't believe in God, they automatically think you believe in the devil. It's like, no, I don't believe in neither one of them, bro. You know what I mean? It's crazy, you know, what some people think. But you know, it's a conversation. It sparks the conversation. Sheffner said he work in the barbershop. I'm in the barbershop all the time, man. And I'm the rabble rouser in the barbershop, man. You know what I'm saying? But when I come in there, oh, it's on. You know what I'm saying? It's ready to straight up debate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's good though. It's good like that. You know, I had to sit my folks through that. Like, you know, my homeboys, like, bro, and just really break down these stories. Like, do you really believe a man? You know what I'm saying? Like that don't make sense, bro. Like, come on. And I know it's a lot of people though never really read it. They go to church and just get snippets here and there. You see, that's what helped me get out of it. When I was young, I actually read the Bible from the beginning. And I was like, yo, these niggas is murdering folks. I'm like, Moses just murdered the people. I'm like, what the? I'm like, I'm saying. So I'm seeing it like that. I'm reading it like a novel. Like, oh my God, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? But in the church, they don't talk about. They don't talk about how Moses ordered the soldiers to slaughter the family. You know what I'm saying? They skip them parts.
Yeah, they skip over all that. You know what I'm saying? And see, the thing is, what got me to reading the Bible, man, I caught a case. You know what I'm saying? And I was facing 50 years, bro, you know, and they wasn't hearing me. I wasn't doing no plea bargain. I had to go to trial, bro. So, you know what I mean? I beat the case, long story short, but through it all, I'm reading the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a year-long process. You know what I'm saying? I caught the case, and you know, you got to go to court, by your lawyers, all that type of shit. So it's a year-long process that I'm going through it. You know what I'm saying? And so through that time, I'm not locked up. I bailed out, but I'm reading the Bible because I'm trying to get closer to God. And in that, I read myself right out of the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
That's how I did, bro. Cause look, cause you know, I've been, like I said, when I was 11, I walked out of church completely. And then I had got a job doing a night shift. And I was like, man, I started reading it. Like I said, I read myself out of it. I said, you know what? I'm gonna just start from scratch. I'm gonna try to go as far back as I can. I'm gonna start studying ancient stuff. And I'm gonna see like who was the first people talking about God and how did they perceive it. And then once I did that, bro, by the time I got through Africa, it was over with. It was no going back.
No doubt, no doubt. I started getting, as soon as I got done with the Bible, I got right into science. You know what I'm saying? I started learning about, you know, how the universe works. You know what I'm saying? Learning about supernovas, you know what I mean? Accretion disk and all that. And that I was done. I was clear. You know, I didn't need to go back. Like me, I don't even need to go back no farther than 3.4 billion years ago. You know, but before that, it don't even matter to me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's a process. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think like nobody is gonna be able to tell somebody how to get through that process. I think that's a process that everybody gonna go through in a different way on their own. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
if they gonna actually go through the process. Most of us ain't even gonna go through the process because we don't have time to think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I see a lot of people when they come out because they don't know. Like I've been there, and the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna be angry, bro, and you finna want to battle every religious person. You want to tear their head off because one, you felt like, man, they fooled me. You know what I'm saying? And so you thinking I'm waking everybody up by being aggressive. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I know they got to go, and I watch people. I like, you know what? That's a process you got to go. Then eventually you get tired of fighting. You realize, you know what? I'm not finna argue with these folks. But
but I got my uncle. Through aggression. Man, I battled this nigga. I battled that nigga night and day for like 2 years, man. And I finally got him. I mean, I beat him to death. I beat him into submission. You know what I'm saying?
That's real though. That's real. Hey, some folks that work like that. Some folks that do work like that. You know, but I don't had a person tell me this stuff. Because my girlfriend at work with a person, right? You know what I'm saying? She was like, and the girl she worked with was like, yo, well, let me talk to your boyfriend. I can't believe you don't believe in God, right? So she's like, my girl want to talk to you. She put him on the phone. By the time I finished talking to her, she was like, you know what? Like everything you saying make a lot of sense. But I just can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because her whole foundation was shaped on that. And she's like, if I accept what you're saying is truth, I got to destroy all, like, you know what I'm saying? I had to destroy my whole foundation. She was like, I believe what you're saying, but I just can't do it. That was it. That was the end of our conversation. I'm like, God.
I'd have been told that before too, like not those exact words, but the brother at the barbershop just finally came out and said, you know what, man? That's just my faith. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I'm just going to believe it anyway. You know, I know you're right, but I'm just going to believe it anyway.
Because you done shake their whole foundation. They're like, man, like, I don't even know what to do if I don't believe in Jesus.
but see, that's that first stage. I bet that girl, she probably an atheist by now, because cognitive dissonance is the first stage. You know what I'm saying? To when some, like I said, when I went through that, when somebody's showing you reality in your face, but you still denying it. You know what I'm saying? That's the first step right there. You know what I mean? I think, you know, and then because you start to think, you know, you don't have to, you can set back in its own autopilot now, because she's thinking in her own brain now. Her own brain is winding and thinking, and you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think it all worked out.
I should have checked back with it, because normally that's how it is. Like I always tell people too, like if you in that atmosphere and they keep showing up to fight you, it's something that you're saying is sticking with them. And they want to keep coming back and fight and try, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise they would have left.
Yeah.
But they still really here fighting. They learn. Exactly.
They faking at it, but they learn it.
You know what I'm saying? So they can't help it. You know what I'm saying? Because they know, like that dude, he was arguing with Don a lot. Like he know Garfield's stand and Asiatic black man, but they can't stay away from the show. You know what I'm saying? They can't stay away, man. And you know what I mean? So shit, hopefully this shit to work out. Goddamn.
I think Pastor Bennett, man, he was conceding a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, if you can concede that, you know, you ain't far off, man. You know what I'm saying? In a minute,
look at his foundation, though. Look at his foundation, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he got the church from his father, passed the church on to him. That's a lot of responsibility. Just go up to the congregation one day and say, "Hey, you know what? I need to reevaluate some things." You know what I'm saying? But I think,
now, congregation, I gotta tell y'all something.
But I think the pastor going. I think eventually he might get to the point to where he understands it, and he'll, because he was my pops, right? He got to where he wasn't even teaching the Bible really. He was more doing motivational speaking. Around and just wrapping it around the Bible, because most of the stuff he talked about was empowerment. You know what I'm saying? Getting your mind right. Like he wasn't even really doing the whole story stuff like that.
Right. And you know what though? A lot of churches do that. You know what I'm saying? They come in and they write their sermons, but most of the sermon don't have nothing to do with the Bible. It's just about everyday life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't got a problem with that. I think we probably should have more groups that do things like that. You know what I'm saying? But when you add the spooky shit into it, you know, that's what throws it off.
Yeah. You know, we ain't got no. I be feeling like we need mental health. Like we need to be able to sit down and talk to psychiatrists, the black community. You know what I'm saying? The closest thing we got to it, is pastor in the church, where you can go in there and have somebody tell you something that you're going through in your life. And listen, I know it's hard right now. Like, you know, so some people, that's what they go to church for. Like, listen, I know it's hard right now, but keep your head up, just like so-and-so. So he thought it was over. You know what I'm saying? And you go and they give you that feeling, and then you feel like I can go on another day. I can push through this. You know what I'm saying? But we need psychiatrists so we can sit down and talk through some of these ills, man, for real.
And then I think too, though, we like most of the men, especially the black men, we don't talk to each other. You know what I'm saying? We don't talk to each other on that level. We too tough. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my feelings ain't hurt. I don't. Shit like that. I think we got to get out of that. I think we thinking that's masculine to be so tough and all of that. I think that ain't masculine. You know what I'm saying? Being honest and being real and being able to discuss what's really going on and how you really feel, I think that's more manly. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Because like as I got older, and a lot of folks I've been running with, like, I got to the point with the homies, like I can call them up like, shit, what's good? You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll be, shit, ain't nothing going on. I'm like, no, like what's good with you though? You all right? Everything good? You know what I'm saying? He'll be like, you know what? You know what I'm saying? Now we can have the conversation on some regular stuff, you know what I'm saying? And really have the type of conversation. Because normally you ask her, hey, how you doing? Shit, hey man, everything good. You know what I'm saying? You be going through the worst.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But don't say nothing. Like, everything good, man. What's going on with you? You know what I'm saying? As soon as you hang up the phone, you stressing.
Yeah, that's me. That's just men in general, man. It's always all good. Everything is always all good. You know what I'm saying? And we going through the worst. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
man,
we got. I guess we're gonna have to leave the show running, but
yeah,
it's good building with you though, bro.
No doubt, man. Hopefully we'll get it going again. Hopefully we'll do this regularly, man.
For sure.
Peace, bro.
All right, peace.
Right.